All right, we are live. Welcome, everybody. I am Tony Bruno. We are going to start with the panel tonight, and we'll start with Gonzo. Gonzo, tell everybody about yourself.
I am a writer and an artist and a musician, and I don't know what to do with myself a lot of the time. But yeah, it's you can find all of that at all the artsy stuff at midnightauthor.com. And then you can find all of my hot takes on politics and just life stuff. Find that all on Gonzo School on YouTube and gonzoschool.com.
Awesome. Next, we got Man.
Hey everybody, I'm just here for a good time tonight. You can find me at Instagram at Mantadote. You can see on my screen here is my Instagram name, the IG name, and you can find me on YouTube at Primal Man, PRIMAL Man.
Awesome.
And that's about it for me.
Fantastic. And we got a special guest tonight, which I'm stoked to have, Frank Pesci. Frank, tell us all about yourself.
Thanks for having me, and obviously it's an honor to be here with you gentlemen. You guys are fine gentlemen. I've enjoyed our time so far. My name is Frank Pesci. You know, I grew up in New York. I'm very much an entrepreneur. I grew up on the streets. I grew up connecting with people, making things happen, finding deals, and just building those relationships, building that network so that we could be more powerful together. You know, I got my education from the streets. You know, I do have some formal education, but I don't lean on that. I don't rest on that. What I rest on is what I've learned from doing business with people and working with people and bringing everybody up around me so that we can be empowered together. You know, I've spent some time in the military, spent time building businesses. I live where I want to live. I do what I want to do because the time commands that. So you'll have an opportunity, of course, to hear from all of us tonight. But I encourage you guys to check in and see what we're doing. I too have a YouTube channel. You can check me out at Frank Pesci. I'm a YouTube channel, just like my name below. Also on Instagram and Twitter, just like that, Frank_Pesci_. And you know, the message that I want to send to you all is that we're stronger together. That's not a political slogan. That means that we can't put off hope, okay? Because that ain't gonna fly, buddy. This is the William Wallace generation, and we need to stand up for what's going on around us. The days are here. So excuse the long intro, but I appreciate being here. It's an absolute honor to be with you guys.
Oh, no, great intro. In fact, I like the William Wallace reference.
Absolutely.
That's a great reference, man. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, great reference, William Wallace. That's a great opening. I mean, that word, that name itself, and that says a lot right there. So.
Yeah.
But anybody that's watching now, we've got a few people already here live. I do put a live StreamYard link. And what that link is, it's a StreamYard link. You click on that link. You can put your name in the link. You'll put your name, just follow the instructions. You'll see a little thing. You can put a name or a moniker or a nickname, whatever you want to put in there. And then join the live panel. You might sit backstage for a few minutes, so be patient. And it's 9 o'clock now, and we go for a while, so this will take a while for sure. And we're just here chatting it up and kind of getting everybody's point of view from. It could be from smoking cigars to whiskey to political events to recreation and whatever we want. So. In fact, we're going to bring. We got Anthony Velasquez coming in right now, so I'm going to bring Anthony in, and it looks like he might have a ladder, or it looks like the ladder is lit tonight behind him. So that's that's a little joke. Frank, Anthony usually has a ladder behind him. So
bring it on, man. My brother's name is Anthony, so I'm sure I'm gonna like him.
Okay, well, here we go. There he is.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
Good. Doing good.
Awesome.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Nice to see Frank Pesci. I like that.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you too, Anthony. Glad to meet you.
Yeah.
I get the Cali vibes already. I can feel it, man.
Yeah, he's definitely Italian too.
I'm not, but people think so. Yeah.
Half Italian.
I'm going to post a little something for Gonzo here.
Oh yeah, here. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to get that pulled up right now.
Hey, you're not Italian. What are you?
I'm oh goodness, half Spanish, half Irish. What can I tell you?
Anthony, you're already in the chat.
Yeah, I am a California native though, so I can.
Nice.
Born and raised here. Born and raised.
What county are you in?
Southern California. I live in Pasadena, and I lived around this area all my life.
How are they treating you guys out there right now with the lockdowns?
Well, that's good. Yeah, interesting. This Pasadena is not locked down because we are our own city. We have our own mayor. We have our own health department. So our restaurants are open and stuff like that. LA is all locked down. I don't know about Orange County. They've pretty much been giving the middle finger to Gavin this whole time, and I hope they continue to do that. But so far, we're having a good time.
What county are you in, Anthony?
I'm in LA County.
LA County? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm in LA County. Yeah.
Cool.
But you know,
mandate?
Excuse me.
You have a mask mandate?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'll put my mask on right now. Hold on a second.
Wow, man. There you go. There you go. That's right.
It's really small. I hope it works. I'll take it off because it's hard to hear. It's hard to hear when I have it on. So, but anyways, yeah, absolutely. Of course, we got to be safe, right? We wouldn't want to die. Yeah, we wouldn't want to die. But anyways, yeah. So, but I saw some good stuff today. I saw people hustling, bustling, eating. Although it looks like a refugee camp out in the street, but hey, they're open, so that's better than nothing, I guess.
What do you mean when you say refugee camp? You mean like homeless people?
Oh my, well, no. Basically, in order for restaurants to be open, they have to put tents halfway in the middle of Colorado Boulevard, right where the Rose Parade would go. They got tents out there and barricades, but people were eating and drinking out there, you know. So I guess that's something, right? I mean, I'll take it. At this point, I'll take it. You know, but
I don't understand that. I mean, even some of the restaurants I've been to lately, they don't even, not even the staff wears masks anymore in Florida. Not where I'm at.
Right.
You know,
Florida's a resistant state. Sure.
Yeah.
I went to a farmer's market about an hour away from where I live today, and hardly not a damn mask in sight. Of course, no mandate. No one's saying anything about it. The whole farmer's market, maybe a couple of elderly people had masks on. That was it. It felt like America again. You know what I mean?
You were gonna say that. That's awesome.
I live in the suburbs, so getting out of here was a breath of fresh air a little bit, you know.
Yeah,
I'm real glad to hear it.
Yeah,
there's resistance building, man. People know what time it is. People know,
especially away from the inner city.
You know, they're going to come with that vaccine. That's coming soon. And we're going to, in some way, some shape, some form, be mandated to take this vaccine. Now, this is not something that hasn't been done before. And I'm happy to see that there's going to be tremendous resistance. And I think that we're going to have an opportunity to identify who the enemy is. People are going to try to force us to do this. Question is, what do we do with that information? Those days are here.
Yeah.
Do you all guys know Sam?
No.
You know, Samuel works with Jesse Lee Peterson on the Jesse Lee Peterson show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's Sam. Sam, if you want to jump in the live panel, brother, that would be awesome. I met Sam, awesome guy. I met him with Jesse and Nick. And, you know, I even reached out to Nick last night and said if he wanted to jump on live tonight. But I'm going to go ahead and put that link back in there. So if anybody wants to
hey, Sam, I recently started watching a lot of Jesse. You running with a crowd of great men, man. Keep running with them. That's a great group of guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
What Samuel is saying is right. That's exactly what I saw today. Exactly. But I mean, you know, I'm not. You know, it's hard to like. I could complain about it, but you got to see that. You got to see it from the business person's perspective. They just want to open and make a living, man. They've been locked down. They've been shut down. I don't like masks. I think they're stupid. Don't work. And the whole, you know, most of this is just a bunch of bullshit. But at the end of the day, you know, Pasadena's letting these people. You know, it seems like they're trying to do more than anybody else around here, and I got to give it to them for that. You got to take what you can get. So.
well, Sam, if you can come on your phone, so all you do is click on that link. We're going to be here for a while, Sam. So if you want to jump in, you know, later or whenever, or you can jump in while you're driving, doesn't matter. But yeah, it'd be an honor to have you on here, man, for sure. But let me say hi to Paul. Paul actually was on my live last night, my kind of impromptu live stream in front of my fire. But hey, Paul, how you doing? If you want to jump on, you are welcome. We got Super Gnome 369. I've seen him quite a bit, and also you are welcome to join the live panel. Again, anybody wants to join the live panel and chat, get it off your chest. Tonight is let's talk about it. It's Let's Talk About It Saturday night, but it's always nice to see new faces, new people. You know, tonight we got Frank Pesci, and I'm stoked. I had met Frank. It's probably been, was it 2018 21 convention?
And then again, 2019, yeah.
2019, okay. And
18
then,
and 19.
Okay, yeah. And then I think it was I think it was the 2019. I didn't recognize you when you were there because you grew, I think you grew the beard, and I was used to seeing you in a suit. I was used to seeing you in a suit. Yeah, right? So
That's right.
yeah.
What a great event that is, by the way. Whoever, I don't know how many of you gentlemen have been to 21 Con. Gonzo, I feel like you have, right?
No,
I feel like I might
haven't.
recognize you, no?
I have been.
It's
It's been on my
experience.
list of. It's. You know, I'm definitely interested. I definitely would
And
like
you know,
to
let
go.
me tell you how I came across that. I've always been woke, whatever, to this life that we all live. And I was in the gym and I found this guy Hypnotica. You know, he was somebody that spoke at the 21 Con. And I liked his content. I thought his content made sense at the moment for what I was looking for. And I listened to his speech at 21 Con. I went online and I noticed that they had an event. I said, I've never heard of an event like this. This is, you know, it's quite amazing. When I went down there, I got to meet people of the likes of Ivan Throne, Donovan Sharp, Steve the Dane, Anthony Sambata, who's a very good friend of mine. I was there when Rolo was there. I was there for the Patriarch, actually. Tanner Guzy, all these fine people. And you know what I realized? I realized, man, other than being in the military, dude, I never been in a room where there was so much strength, where there was so much unity. And a lot of relationships. I have people that I talk to this day as if we're brothers coming from that. And it was all around just a common bond, a common thread of just, you know, being proud to be a man, being proud to be a parent, being proud to, you know, be who you are, be comfortable with who you are, and share your ideas. Because if you don't share your ideas, you don't say what's on your mind, then you just get into groupthink and nothing gets done. So, I mean, man, that's how I kind of came across you. You came up in my feed on Instagram. I saw that you followed Tony. I saw that you followed George or whatever, something like that. And I was like, this is one of them guys. This is like, I'm following this guy. Even if he doesn't follow me back, I'm still following this guy. This guy's going to be all right. You know, so same thing, you know.
Let me pause you, Frank. I just pause you for a minute. I'm going to bring on Paul Gavin. He's a new guest, and he was in my stream last night, and I've seen him in here before. So let's all welcome him, and then let's get back to that 21 talk. I want to hear what Frank, what you have more to say about that, Frank. So let's add.
Whenever you're ready, brother.
There he is.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, for sure, man. Fantastic. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. I'm probably the only one here who's a part of Generation Y. So just wanted to come in, and if you guys have any questions about, our perspective on...
How old are you, Paul?
I'm 19.
Okay, yeah. Well, Gonzo's 22, so you got somebody very close to you.
Cool. I think that's millennial still, right? I'm pretty sure.
Well, I think millennial and Y is the same thing.
Are they the same thing?
And then it's Z after that. Yeah.
Or I think I'm Generation Z then, because I'm the one that's not millennial. I'm like the younger
right after
one.
Yeah, so I think it'd be Z. Yeah.
Yeah. I literally graduated high school like last year, so.
Yeah.
Okay. There you
Nice.
go.
I'm actually too young to be a boomer, believe it or not. I just missed the date. I'm just
Okay,
young enough not to be in boomer status.
Okay, Boomer.
My dad says he's a boomer. He's 58, I think.
That's the same age as me. That's not boomer.
That's not boomer, right? Yeah.
No, you're actually, I guess we're generation. Is it Gen Xers?
Gen X. Yeah.
Gen X.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gen X.
Boomers got no pensions though, man.
Yeah. Those boomers, those greedy fucking boomers, man. They fucked us all.
Believe it or not, my dad is 55. He's in that group, Gen X. My dad is 55.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And so is my mom as well. My parents.
Okay, yeah, my parents are fairly young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Frank, back to what you were saying, man. It's rare to have that have other men that think so like-minded in the same room together. It feels great.
I take it that you've been to 21 Con then?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
I haven't.
dude,
But
you probably had you as a speaker right away.
yeah, I've absorbed so much content that it feels like I've never missed a beat, So
You have a lot of alpha men that are in the same room, in the same arena.
Yeah.
And everybody has their own expertise. And I'm talking about the speakers right now. Everybody has their own niche, their own expertise. And they come in and it's like a mastermind is formed. It's crazy, dude. The ideas, the solutions, the relationships that come out of that 2, 3, 4 day event is unparalleled. And look, a lot has gone down in the space. I don't get involved in the politics of the space, but I can just tell you that there's some good men in the space that have a lot to offer, and we need to offer it up. If we don't offer it up now, we're going to lose absolutely everything, because the men are the foundation. Okay, man is the foundation. Men will go and they'll say, "I'm the head of the household." Well, that is true. That means that the man, the head of the household, will make the most important decisions and provide and protect. But in reality, the man is the foundation, which everything else stands on top of.
Right.
And if the foundation is weak, the whole house is going to come down and collapse.
And that's where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I felt that at 21 Con, that was the constant, constant string of what was preached, man. You have guys like Coach Greg Adams, which I didn't meet him. I wasn't there for him, but I discovered his content through Tony, through George, through his own site, through people that are putting it out there. And I'm like, this dude is a stud. This dude is an absolute stud. How can you walk through life depressed, defeated, not successful when you put on a mindset like that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We have the antidote for all things around us within ourselves. I mean, look, I wouldn't have traded that time for anything, man. It was the best money that I had spent in terms of a personal investment in a long time.
Nice. That says a lot.
Hey, Paul, have you ever heard of 21 Convention?
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard your brother mention it a lot of times. Yeah.
Yeah. It's something, anybody, and you're 19 years old. And to be honest with you, if I was 19 and had the chance to go to that, wow, would I go? It's you're in a space with like-minded men. You will create probably better friends than you have right now.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
It's an incredible experience. It's not a I've heard people, oh, it's a sausage fest. No, it's like-minded men bouncing off each other with ideas. It could be a business idea, it could be a physical fitness. But one thing I noticed, and Frank will attest to this, is that when you see a man, the first time you go there, and then the second time you see him, there is always a drastic improvement, whether it be his physical fitness, his business, his just the way he dresses. Everybody changes for the better. And it's really, really cool to see that change in a lot of people. I mean, I can't say enough about Anthony for what he puts together in that convention and what it actually takes to bring all those guys together. A real testament is this past convention is Jack Donovan. Now, Jack Donovan wasn't a speaker, but you know what? He wanted to come. He was moving. He just moved to Utah, and from Oregon to Utah. Now, Jack came just to hang, just to hang with the boys, you know, and spend time. I mean, how awesome is that? Where you have a speaker and an author who will come to an event, not speak, just to be there, just to be around like-minded men. So that's, you know, that's a real testament to what Anthony puts together. And everybody that works with 21, you know, I was, you know, people might say, oh, well, you were lucky. Yeah, I consider myself lucky to work there. When I say work there, I went there in 2018, and then I was put on staff as a speaker liaison. So my job there is to escort speakers, get them to the studio. Heck, I even put makeup on people, and you know, and do obviously some security work. I work with, you know, a couple of the guys that are I kind of check in with the tactical team. You know, even like Jesse Lee Peterson, just to spend time with him. I mean, I spent 2 days with a guy that I absolutely love. There's not many people that have the advantage to do that and just sit at lunch, joke around, enjoy somebody who's just such a good soul, good person, and, you know, have dinner. It's just, you know, I'm lucky to have that opportunity to work with 21. And for me, that's the way I give back to what 21 has done for me. So
Yeah,
you've been an important part of the whole thing, man, for sure.
Yeah, I really
remember he goes, "Are you carrying a gun?" I said,
Oh,
"Yeah."
right. 2 of them.
He goes, "If you don't mind, leave your gun in the room, because we have a security team here, and we're going to shoot everybody who has a gun if things go south." I said, "All right, I'll leave my gun in the room." But I say that to say that the security was very well done. Very well done.
Yeah. Well, Anthony encourages everybody to carry. I mean, that's one thing that Anthony does at 21. He encourages. In other words, if you're in a different state or reciprocal, you know, let me tell you a quick story. Is one of the funniest things is that we have an after party on Monday nights at Socrates' house, and Tanner Guzy, and you guys, if you're not familiar with Tanner, he has a great book. It's called the Appearance of Power.
Appearance.
Yeah, the appearance is it. It's
you
the
got it right. Appearance of power.
So it's kind of a play on words where you would normally say the power of appearance, but his book is the appearance of power. I think I'm getting that right, but it's one of my favorite books. Now, Tanner's the style guy, and we were all out there one night, and of course, Tanner's gun that he carried had to have style. Of course, it was chrome plated with wood handles. I mean, it was beautiful, you know, and I didn't expect anything less. So, but yeah, for guys to carry like that, you're protecting yourself, you're protecting other people. So as long as you are legally able to carry, and the state you're from, you're reciprocal in that, you know, it's actually encouraged. So I think most of the guys, especially at 21, are very, very familiar with firearms. So everybody's respectful, and you can't tell who's carrying. That's for sure. So, you know, but,
nice.
Got a little question for for Gonzo.
Oh yeah, I hate to disappoint, but this is
You're not
this is
smoking any Kush, are you?
huh?
You're not smoking that purple Kush, are you?
No. No,
What?
this is I regret to inform you this is a gas station cigar.
Okay.
But it smells nice. The wife says it smells nice, so
Now that's a change. Do you wanna update us on anything here?
oh, do I want to? Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I can talk about that a little bit, but I ended up doing no, it's not. Although the funny thing is, so I guess you can get these. These are Swisher sweets. You can get these at just about
I
every.
knew it was a Swisher. I knew it was a Swisher.
Yeah, yeah. But I was just, and the reason why is I was just like, well, I mean, I see you guys pulling it out every week, and I'm like, I miss it. I started getting a hankering for it, and I was like, damn. So, there's like a 7-Eleven right there, so I'm like, screw it. But yeah. So that's what this is. This is what is this one? This is like the classic, which I haven't tried yet or before. And then this one is just for morbid curiosity. It is banana daiquiri.
Oh, that actually sounds really good.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But the funny thing is that apparently a lot of folks who kind of joke that people don't actually smoke these; they just use them for that
blunt,
dank
yeah.
kush.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
But
Gotcha.
anyway, but yeah. So this week I got married, and it was
There it is.
There it is. Merry
There's
Christmas.
the big announcement. Gonzo got married.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much.
Good for
One of
you.
these days-
Good for you.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Good for you, man. I'm actually happy for you for sure.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, let me tell you, it was the last thing I expected to happen. So in 2020, but here we are. What ended up happening was it was just a long rabbit hole because when our relationship started, we did everything the wrong way, and but we wanted to do right, and so I guess we ended up in this place where we were just trying to get to know ourselves, and we were escaping our families, and we were going out on a limb. We moved out here to Texas, and that's how it happened. And then we discovered Jesse Lee Peterson, and that's kind of where everything changed. But let me tell you, and then we've forgiven our parents and stuff, and it's just been amazing ever since that. So I didn't think we ended up doing a live stream a few months ago, and there was a guy who commented, and he was kind of joking with us, but he was like, he was like, you should get married and stuff, and I just remember thinking, I was like, oh yeah, that'll be forever away. I had no plan in mind. I wasn't like, I'm the kind of like a date slow sort of person, but I did a stream yesterday for a couple hours, and we talked about the institution of marriage, and like with Anthony was talking about earlier. Did you know they have completely, because when America started, as far as I understand, marriage is considered like a God-given right. You can just get married, and there weren't really a whole lot of formalities. Of course, maybe you'd go through the church and get documents and things like that. But now most of these states have gone the opposite route, and now you have to get a license, you have to do all this stuff, and you basically have a 3-way contract between both people in the marriage and then the government. And so
how did you go about it? Right.
Yeah, so the way we did it, well, so the funny thing is I can't remember, she ended up having a dream about us being married, and it was just kind of this funny thing, and it just got me thinking. I was like, well, what constitutes a marriage? Like, what is a marriage? This may sound kind of weird, but I was like, what actually is a marriage? And so I started digging around in the Bible, and I couldn't really find a whole lot on it. I found, like what to do in a marriage, but not necessarily what constitutes a marriage.
Yeah.
What I actually found was now this is pretty controversial. If anybody has any input on this, I'd like to hear it. But this is the first time I've ever heard anybody talk about this from this perspective. But if you read the story of Jacob in the Bible, he ends up buying a sister of this, or not buying. Well, it's like he like barters with the father. And this guy has two daughters, and he wants, he prefers this one daughter, obviously. And he's like, okay, well, you can have her. You work for me for 7 years. He works for her for 7 years, or he works for him for 7 years. And then they have a dinner. And then the father does a switcheroo on him. And I guess he brings the other sister in a veil, and they end up having sex, and then they're married. And I was like, what? And then it ends up happening with the wife he actually wanted, and he has 2 wives. And so it's like, does sex create marriage? That's like a whole game changer. I've never heard anybody talk about it that way.
I've heard that if you live with someone for a year, or you're having sex with someone for that long of a time period, you're technically married. Under, I don't know under what opinion. I don't think that's biblical. Have you heard of it?
Yeah,
I have. I heard you're technically going to hell if you do that.
Yeah, right. So it's, I know it's not biblical, but I've heard it before. I think I heard Elliot Holst mention at one time that if you're married, that if you're living together for a year and a half, I don't know if it's legally you're considered married.
It would be considered, Frank, if I'm right, common law marriage. Isn't that what they call that?
Okay,
right.
Well,
okay.
But the time, obviously, the time factors are different. I think New York State is 7 years.
Okay.
Well,
Go ahead, Gonzo.
Okay, I was just gonna say I have something crazy to tell y'all about Texas, because in Texas, because Anthony was saying earlier how they're outlawing all this stuff. Well, Texas or California outlawed common law marriage. It used to be that you had to be in the same place for 7 years, and there were a couple other factors, but then they totally outlawed it. Well, here in Texas, you basically just have to be living in the same place with the intent to marry, and there is no time period. There is no time period at all. And then you just announce to people that you're married, and it is a legal marriage.
Wow.
And so that's the common law marriage here.
To different people, right? You brought it up that marriage is a contract between a man and a woman, and then between the state. Mm-hmm. And the reason that the state gets involved is so that they can monetize the divorce.
Exactly.
And have their hand in your marriage, right? And in your children. Mm-hmm. I come from New York, and do you know what they do in New York? There's obviously New York, there's a huge Jewish population. And the Orthodox Jewish population, they do not marry under, any kind of recognition from the state. They only marry within their congregation. And because they only marry within their congregation, the state does not recognize their marriage. And because their state does not recognize their marriage, they're able to actually draw benefits from the state. There's a city where I used to live nearby called Kiryas Joel. It is the largest Jewish population outside of Israel and Brooklyn. Outside of that, there's like 50,000 Orthodox Jews in this city, this enclave. And inside of this enclave, it is called the first or second poorest city in America. 94% of all of the households there are on some type of state aid, whether it be Medicaid or welfare or whatever. And the whole thing is, the only reason they get that is because they don't recognize the marriage. They show a single mother with, several children. So there's different rules for different people.
So that's, Frank, that's a Jewish community, correct?
Yep.
So is there a big divorce? It's funny because I wouldn't have thought there would be a big divorce rate in the Jewish community.
I can't speak on the inner workings of what goes on there, but I don't think that they have I bet you Christians have a much higher divorce rate than Jews.
Okay.
Yeah. There he is.
But the point is, the system is not the same for everybody. Mm-hmm. Okay? There's one system for me. There's one for you. There's one for the next guy. There's one for the next girl. Our entire constitution, our entire foundation as a nation is being completely and totally eroded. There is not a level playing field. There's no equality of opportunity because we don't have any standards. Everybody's got this. Everybody's making deals. It's corruption. And if we don't get this in check, we're going to go the way of Rome, man. We're going to go the way of Rome. If you look at the history of empires, and I won't go into a long history lesson, but if you look at the history of every empire, Persia, Greece, Macedonia, Rome, here, there, 5 generations, 250 years. That is it. And we are approaching that time here in America. And if we don't learn from the past and make changes about it, we're going to go the same way as everybody else did. And it all starts with the family. And then you change the family, then you change the city, then you change the state, then you change the country. But it all starts here. And family has been under attack since day one.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for Paul. You're right, Frank. You're 100% right. Hey, Paul, what's going on in the world of a 19-year-old when it comes to relationships and marriage? What are they telling folks your age?
Well, what we hear is pretty much what you guys hear. As far as dating and actually taking relationships serious, it's very difficult to find a girl in my age range who's actually willing to, you know, I'll put it this way. I've had relationships end that I've been in because I was too focused on future-proofing the relationship and making it like, I guess people or girls would feel kind of repulsed, lack of a better word.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
Because I want to.
You wanted a relationship.
Take it serious. Yeah, I wanted a real relationship.
You wanted
not
to talk about the future, and they did not. And you go back 40 years, and it was like the women were the ones. Hey, they wanted a relationship because it was all about their security. It was all about their ability to raise a family, and that's what they wanted. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, it's pretty wild. So, are your parents together, or are your parents still married?
My parents are together. They're going strong. They are. I belong to a very strong Roman Catholic family.
Okay.
And so we're pretty solid with marriage and everything like that.
That makes a lot of sense.
Paul.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's going to be really tough for you and guys like me and Gonzo's married and other young guys your age. It's really tough these days to find a girl at your age that's going to want to get married.
Where do you live, Paul?
I live in California. Los Angeles, California.
Oh, yeah. So same here. Yeah. Well, you know, there's a lot of women here. Definitely say that.
There's a lot of women. Yeah.
Yeah, you can find a good one. You got to keep. You know, you just got to look for the good ones. You know, that's all.
They're not going to be on the internet. I can tell you that.
Let me pause everybody real quick and let's just all say hi to Scott. We all know Scott. Maybe Scott was doing the live stream. I know last time he had some audio issues, but Scott is in Canada, so that's a whole nother perspective. Is Canadian. But there was one question for Gonzo, and it was from Supernome.
Yeah, how does divorce work? That's a really good question. Well, obviously we know how it works in a legal marriage. Because most of the time, basically you give away the right for, basically as a man, you give away your responsibility to be the man in the marriage and to have God be the authority in the marriage. You hand that over to the state. And so obviously they are now the mediator. They are like the husband in this situation. They're taking ultimate, it's like a weird polygamy sort of thing going on with that. But in common law, I think the thing is you can get divorced, and basically it just doesn't come with the government's involvement. They can't take away your children. They can't. I don't believe that they can. And again, this depends on your state. I think that's something really important to know. Yeah, she can't get a bunch of money out of you, basically. And so basically both of you have to take ultimate responsibility for the marriage and make it work. Yeah. And personally, I think that's the better way to do it.
All right, so you basically excluded the government from your marriage, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Is your marriage recognized by the state?
Yes, it is. Yeah, because it's provable.
How did you go about that? How did you find the means to do that?
So it's actually really easy. It costs basically nothing. So and you might actually do it by accident, which happens to a lot of people. But that's kind of what happened with us a little bit. But basically, so if we're talking in the legal sense, not so much the biblical sense, obviously, in Texas, you have to prove that you are living together with the intent to marry, and then you have to prove that. What's the other one? Then you basically have to be outwardly married to other people in the community, which can be as simple as putting, like if your last name is Jones, then you would put the Joneses on the mailbox, and that would be enough. So you'd be telling other people, you'd be doing that sort of thing, and you can prove that, and you tell friends and family, that sort of thing. And I'm trying to think what else there is. I think
Do you need a public recognition, say a wedding, basically?
You don't need it. No, you don't even need that. You can have the ceremony if you would like, but not even necessary.
Gonzo, did you go to the courthouse and?
Yeah.
Nope.
No. Okay.
No.
No justice at a.
All right. I've got a question for you since Gonzo is our official fact checker here. Do you think that most people in families and even women and some people, if you go to a church and get married and do not involve the government, in some states, I think you can do that without any legal consequences.
Yeah.
Do you think most people would recognize that as a marriage? And then my follow-up question would be, when did government actually get in a marriage? Do you know, like, when it's considered a legal marriage? When did that start?
Well, actually, yeah, so that's a good question. So basically this gets into like weird legalese, but because I was looking into this and like it gets really complicated. And like I said, it depends on your state somewhat, but there's a difference between a recognized marriage, right? When the government recognizes a marriage, and a valid marriage, right? So a marriage can be valid but not be recognized by the state. And all that means is that they basically have no power over your marriage. But it's still a valid marriage. So theoretically, if your state has common law marriage and you meet those requirements that are upheld, which in Texas are like these 3 requirements. So it's really easy. If you meet these 3 requirements, then it's technically a valid marriage, and you're not going to have, like, the government is not going to be able to intervene in the marriage, but yeah, basically they can't intervene in it, but it is a legitimate marriage, because believe it or not, marriage is a God-given right in this country. And also I found out another interesting thing too, is that it's also a federal right, I believe. Again, don't quote me on this, but I believe it is a federal right to change your name without having to go through any formal filings. You just start using the name. And that would be like a common law name change. And obviously that gets kind of complicated, right? Because if you want to change your name on your social security number or use it somewhere else, then obviously there's going to be a downside there. Like, you're not going to be able to do that without going through the formal paperwork. But it doesn't mean that the name isn't legitimate. It's just that if they have the name on your birth certificate or what have you, then you're going to have to use that. So, but yeah, so I guess where the government steps in is as soon as you get in that marriage license. Like I said, it's like a contract, and there aren't any. I don't believe. Basically, the legal benefits for doing it in common law is that, depending on your state, like I said, they're not going to be able to. The woman is not going to be able to absolutely destroy you if she wanted to.
Or just for the fact that you don't want the government involved in something as sacred as
Yeah.
the union between your wife and God, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah, that too. And also, I should point out, like, if the government ever were to mandate something for children, like a vaccine or like education or something, like say you don't want to put your children through public education, the public indoctrination system, then I believe that
Right.
also dramatically has an effect. When you actually file that marriage license, you are giving away a lot of your rights as a parent.
Agreed.
So
100%.
Now, you know what? Let's get some feedback from. We've got two guys here on the panel. We'll start with Frank, but Frank, you're a happily married man, and it really sounds to me like you have a successful marriage. So maybe we'll talk to Anthony. I know Anthony is married, but let's start with Frank. Talk to these young guys on what really keeps that marriage successful. What do you do to keep that?
I feel for you young guys. I mean, Gonzo just got married, so congratulations to you on that. I was married by the time I was 20. I was in the military, so it was kind of something that came with the territory. But it was much easier for us to date and to build relationships because the society was very much face-to-face at that time. Dating was a safe thing to do. Today it's very different. Today it's virtual. Today it's digital. Today it's hookup culture. And if you look, what you want as a man is you want to find a woman that's pure, right? You don't want a woman that's been run through. How can you respect a woman in terms of being your wife if she's been with 10 plus dudes? There's no way. There's no way, because marriage is sacred. So when you find somebody, I will tell you, when you find somebody who passes that purity test for you, really think long and hard about how important that is to you for your future, and figure out whether or not you're willing to sacrifice some time or whatever to lock that in early, with what I did. From there, the Bible, God, family values. You can't marry a woman that has different, religious values than you. You can't marry, and if you expect success, you can't marry a woman that has different political values than you. You can't marry a woman that has different familial values than you. You have to marry somebody that the two become one, where you share the same values, because eventually you're going to be raising children together. And if your values are divergent, then your family is going to be in total, chaos. And it's not easy having kids. I have 3 sons. It is hard work, man. Hard work. But you know what? We're a united front. Like I said, I'm the foundation of the household. I'm leaned on to make, those decisions, to provide that kind of guidance. And I would suggest to you that you find a woman that respects that type of structure. Unless you are comfortable being in a female-led relationship. I'm not. I can't be. It's never my vibe, Yeah. So I would just say to you, man, consider those things long and hard. Figure out what it is that you know what? I think my mother is watching. And I told my mother that I would have the exact wife that I have. She said, well, good luck with that. But guess what? I got exactly what I wanted, and exactly because I set my mind to it. I thought about it. I created a perfect picture frame. It doesn't mean we didn't fight or have our issues, but I created the environment that I wanted, and that was the outcome that we got. And obviously sex is very important. You don't want to make sure that is something that you're leading on, right? Your woman can't be leading, in that department. If that's the case, you're going to become useless real quick, right? You got, like Steve the Dean says, and again, I know my mother's watching, but, you got to think like a woman between the ears, right? You got to get her between the ears. So, figure out, there's lots of tools, man. Neuro-linguistic programming, trying to be hypnotic and erotic and these kinds of things, they go a long way. There's many things that you can do to keep your relationship healthy in the sexual department. Don't let it get away from you, because if it gets away from you, then you're just going to resent her, right? You're going to really resent her, and then you'll be looking for something on the side, or you'll be just, you know, totally disengaged. So, you know, in the 2 minutes that I have to give you an explanation, man, those are some of the things that I would say that are at the forefront.
Good advice.
Yeah, this is good because, you know, you have a guy that, you know, and how long you been married, Frank?
15 plus.
15 plus,
15
yeah.
plus.
You're talking, Gonzo, you know, you're talking to a guy, and Paul, I mean, you're a young guy, man, you're looking to get married. So speaking to a guy that has values, principles, and really good advice on how to have a family, how to run your household, and, you know, and to some people say, if I say run your household, oh, that sounds, you know, like you're a dictator. No, it's not a dictator. There's a difference between a dictator and a leader. You know what I mean? So
it's a shame you even have to clarify that.
It really is. It really is.
Right.
But, you know, that's kind of the world we live in. So, and the reason, like, I might explain myself on that is because somebody who might be watching this now or in the future will say, okay, yeah, he makes some sense there, because there is a natural, we'll call it a hierarchy to a family. And every unit needs a leader. Every tribe needs a leader. Now, everybody can be a part of that leader. It's not like it's just like a tribe of men. We're here today. Nobody is lesser in this group. So everybody connects on a certain level. So, but
you know,
Anthony,
I just want to say, man, I'm not apologizing for anything I say. Anything I say on here tonight, I make no apologies for it. Yeah. Because this is the time. The apologies are over. Those days are over. Okay? We're going to stand up. We're going to say what it is, because they're trying to pull the rug out from underneath us. They've already destroyed the family unit. They've already put our children in the indoctrination program, which is the public school. Now they're trying to stick vaccines in our arm. They're trying to steal elections from us. Yo, dog, it's dead off. We are not apologizing for anything else anymore. Over. So when I say that I'm the leader of my household, I lead because I lead by example. Exactly. I lead because I'm worth following. If I can't demonstrate good leadership, nobody's going to follow me, and I don't deserve to lead. So we need to recognize that we are natural born leaders, and we need to stand up. We have a foundation who is God. We have a foundation which is the Constitution. We have a foundation which is manhood. And you know what? Dude, it is what it is, bro. We are all born warriors. We are all born for violence. We are all born for using our mind to overcome situations. We're not defeated. We're not weak. So I just want to put it out there, because I'm trying to push forward my brand on YouTube and Instagram, and I'm not making any apologies to anybody. If you don't like it, you can comment, unsubscribe. I don't really care, because this is the time. This is the William Wallace generation. William Wallace wasn't apologizing for what he was doing. And I will also say these are the days of Elijah. The Lord is coming. And when he comes, man, we're going to separate the wheat from the chaff. And, you know, what's what is going to be exposed. So I just want to put that out there, man. From this panel, this little cubicle that I have in this section here, zero apologies coming from this side. I love everybody, respect everybody, and I'll meet you on equal ground. But I'm going to say what I have to say. You know?
Exactly. I love it, man. I love that, because I'm the same way. I don't like to apologize to anybody. There's no reason that we need to conform. We need to. The only thing I try to do is try to explain to people on why we say something. In other words, again, there is a family unit that's been destroyed. It's been destroyed. In my lifetime, it's been destroyed. You have a guy like Paul down here. Paul is 19 years old. It was normal. Do you know how strange it is? Think of an 18 and 19-year-old male and female getting married these days.
Rare.
That is so rare. In my parents' generation, and even in my generation, that was normal. Yeah, it wasn't out of the norm. If you get married that young now, in fact, you know, I was talking to my brother about Gonzo today, and I had mentioned, I said, you know, Gonzo got married, and he said, wow, great for him. I said, young. I said, now he's 22 years old. Having a child at 22 years old, how awesome is that? Where, let's say you guys have a kid within the next year, dude, you're going to be in your mid 40s with a 20-year-old. I mean, that's beautiful. That's how I grew up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and I kind of just want to add to what Frank was saying earlier about everything, because like, and just kind of comment on I guess what we would call deal breakers, right? Because I think obviously in like sort of the dating culture that we have these days, obviously people have their own standards and that sort of thing. But I kind of wanted to I don't want to say like poke a hole in the idea, but I want to just like look at it from a different angle. But I mean, you're absolutely right. Like what happened was yesterday we were looking at this article. When you look at articles like what people are asking on Google about marriage, it's really sad, because the expectation is that, if it goes wrong, then well, that's just how it goes. Divorce rates are high, and married people can sometimes be a lot less happy than single people or whatever. And marriage is slavery and all this, bullshit. All this indoctrination, frankly, and this attitude about it is just totally wrong. But take it to the ultimate level of great grandparents. I like that.
Well, now think about that. Think about that, you guys. I mean, that's a great statement. This is the reason why there's people are getting married and having kids so much older. Okay. Those kids will never, I remember my great grandfather, which is a trip. He's an old Italian. He made his own wine, grew his own grapes. In fact, they used to, I think somebody would be put in jail, but they used to give us wine and ginger ale at night, and that would put us out. It was like, that's going to put the kids to sleep, wine and ginger ale. So you get your ginger ale at night with a little wine in it, But I spent probably, I'm going to say I probably have spent, God, I'm trying to think how old I was when my great-grandfather died. Probably, I'm going to guess and say 15 years old. So, yeah.
One died at 12. I had a great-grandparent, World War II vet. He died at 12.
Yeah.
I was 12.
Anybody else have a great-grandparents that they were alive?
Great-grandparents.
Nah, we got longevity in my family, so I do remember my great-grandmother. But let's get back to marriage real quick.
Yeah, I want to do that. Hang on one second, Anthony. I want Frank just gave a great talk about marriage. So you're the only other one that's married. So we definitely want your take on, how long have you been married for?
10 years. 10
years, okay. Were you married before?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
I've known my wife for, we've lived together for about 20, almost 25 years. Okay. And we got married 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm Catholic. I didn't get married to the church, but I do.
Satan was your daddy for 25 years, and then you guys got married. I'm Gen X, so we weren't big on marriage either. I actually never planned on getting married. But I do have a son that's 33, I think. Anthony, go ahead and tell us why. We'll start out. Why was your relation? So you've been with this woman for 35 years.
No. Okay, so this was I have a son with my high school girlfriend.
Okay.
But so that's from not a marriage, but a different relationship. And then I met my wife when I was 25 and she was 23.
Okay, gotcha.
And I'm 50 now. And we got married 10 years ago.
Okay, so give us your take on why you've had a successful relationship and a marriage for,
Yeah. Okay. So, now you're calling it successful. I don't know if it was. I think it's successful probably in this generation, but not in our parents. Wouldn't be considered successful in our parents' generation at all. And I just think it's just the generation that I was born in. That's just kind of, we just didn't have a real good idea about marriage. It wasn't a great idea. I don't know about Frank. I don't know how old are you, Frank?
36.
You're 36?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit! That's older than me. Anyways, sorry about that. No, I just I never, honestly, marriage was not a goal for me. It was just something that I knew I needed to do. I had a kid, and I was raised Catholic, and I kind of really got back into the religion in my early 40s, and I knew I had to do it. And we didn't get married through the church, but I knew I needed to get married, and so I did.
Yeah.
But a marriage is a very important institution, and then for Gonzo, I hope he has many children. He's got a good head on his shoulders, man. We need you need to, if that's your plan, which I hope it is, because I don't know any other plan for getting married, why you'd want to, but yeah, you should have kids, man. Definitely have a lot of kids, and
good point.
But is society pro marriage? No, it's not, and it hasn't been for a long time.
No.
But that doesn't mean you can't be pro marriage.
Bring it back.
What's that?
Time to bring it back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Great
Oh yeah, absolutely. Make it good again. Make it good again. But but you gotta, So what I'm saying is, it's a good thing to get married. It's and be strong, be a man, and and you're gonna do that. And you sounds like your wife's right on board, and I'm Catholic, so we look at marriage as a sacrament. And so we would, Paul probably thinks the same thing, or maybe not. I don't know, but he's, he was raised Catholic, so that's how we see it. But at least you're married. You're married, and you're gonna do good things because you got a good head on your shoulders. You're probably way ahead of most people your age, anyways. But but now wait. Tony's out of the room, so he's not even going to hear this. But me personally, I'm in the process. Okay, I'm in the process of getting divorced. It's going to be amicable, but it is reality. I think my wife she threatened divorce after the first year I was married. So it's been like 9 years, So, but that's kind of the nature of it. I'm going to tell you, that's true. It's the nature of it. It's just not everybody looks at marriage as the same thing,
Are you getting a divorce, or are you?
Yeah, no. Oh no, we're already filing, but it's going to be, we're doing it. We're kind of doing it ourselves. It's not going to be any kind of hopefully not a shit show. It's just going to be the smoothest whatever, and things things are just gonna. But yeah, I mean it has nothing to do with the institution of marriage. It's just individual people. So I'm not, but that doesn't mean I don't believe in marriage. That's the reality. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Of my situation. But like, if you, you got to try to, whatever code you have for your life, you got to try to follow that. Like, Frank has a code, and it should be based on something real. And like, say for me, okay, so this is going to happen. So I can still be for me, it's important to be a good Catholic, and that might not mean much to many people, but it means something to me.
Mm-hmm. Let's ask.
So if I don't get remarried, then I'm good.
Let's ask Paul a question.
Go ahead.
You mentioned the Catholic. So, Paul, how important is the Catholic faith? I don't like calling it a religion because it's Christian, but how important is the Catholic faith as a 19-year-old?
Well,
Paul, one second, Paul. I just want to jump in. I was raised Pentecostal. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that. Pentecostal, so it's extreme conservative Christianity. I didn't give a damn about my religion at 19. I was trying to get my dick wet as much as I could, as fast as I could. And so I'm just going to speak from my personal experience. At 19, I didn't give a damn about my religion. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know what it's worth. Go ahead, Paul.
I actually have contemplated becoming a priest within the past few weeks. It's something that's extremely important to me. When you kind of research psychology and all of that, religion at kind of a psychological level, what it does for the mind is if you just allow your brain to just talk, it kind of becomes unorganized. And to kind of give madness a simple definition, it's when there is no organization with your thoughts. And religion, or at least what the Catholic Church and learning about that has done for me and a lot of other people, is it's brought organization to a very kind of chaotic, natural way of how humans think. And through that, it's been something that's been super important to me, because it seems like anything that is kind of chaotic or there needs to be answers for, it always gets answered with the Roman Catholic faith. And so that's why it's just something that's extremely important to me. And I've contemplated becoming a priest several times in my life, because frankly, there are moments where I think that I would be happiest in a well-structured Roman Catholic atmosphere. And I've either thought about becoming a priest or a monk, one of those two, but it's something that I'm praying on, and that I'm hoping to find the answer within my lifetime, so.
Priests cannot get married, correct?
No. They cannot.
Just so you guys know, at the end of my street, and I've lived in this home for about, I'm going to say 27 years now. I live right next to, in fact, I can see the steeple out my back window, but I live next to one of the biggest Catholic churches. In fact, the priests have a rectory at the end of my street. And I'm actually a dead-end street, but they actually have a rectory. So I've got like 5 priests that live at the end of my street. So,
yeah.
It is one of the biggest Catholic churches. When I say not just a Catholic church, it's a Catholic school. They have a track. I mean, it's beautiful. The whole building, the facility is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And it's right across from the beach. I mean,
can you hear the bells, the church bells?
All the time. And actually, when I say close, I have one street north of me. Okay. So I basically have two 60-foot lots in the street, or those lots are only probably 60, 70 feet deep. So the church is literally 150 feet to the north of me. Yeah. And it is a beautiful church. I mean, they have a little area out front. They have some really nice statues of Jesus, and things like that. And then there's different areas where people can sit. I've actually done that myself. Is walk over there or ride my bike over there and just sit in this little area outside. So,
I have a question for Paul, and I mean no disrespect to you in this question. I grew up Catholic. So it sounds like you want to become a priest, which means that you're going to basically offer your body a reasonable sacrifice to the church, right? To take a piece of Romans 12. That's what you're going to do? And fall under the leadership of the Pope and the cardinals and everybody else? You must respect their leadership tremendously.
So, things are. So I'm guessing you're kind of referring to kind of the. Maybe kind of re-say that question a little bit. Maybe I'm a little confused about it.
So we're Christians, right? So we have a duty to God.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you wouldn't do this if you didn't believe in God. We believe that the Bible is the inspired word of God, and therefore we trust it, correct? So now, with that being said, understanding that there's many denominations and divisions in the churches, are you comfortable becoming a priest, offering your body for the lifetime of that sacrament to fall under the leadership of the church, as it stands now, based on their positions and based on their historical actions? You must believe in the leadership of the Pope and the cardinals and everybody else in charge there, yes?
So I'm guessing that you're kind of referring to the bizarre political climate right now, and whether I'm comfortable signing my life to that as it currently stands.
That and of course, all throughout history, all the things that went on behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. It is something that that my mother is actually worried about, because I've told her the thoughts that I've had about becoming a priest, and that's actually the first thing that she kind of mentioned to me, that she's worried about. She's a strong Catholic too, and she's for that decision that when I told her, but it is kind of, it's hard to say. I would say regardless of whether or not I became a priest, there's still individuality. There is still kind of a path that you and God kind of pave together, regardless of who is going to be proclaiming the beliefs that of the institution that you're a part of.
But the Catholic Church claims that the Pope is infallible.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's,
as far as I know, there's only one infallible person, and that's Jesus Christ.
Yeah. The thing about that is that the Pope is supposed to be somewhat of like a representation of Jesus at its current time. Like, he's supposed to be somewhat the placeholder, I guess you could consider him.
Wouldn't that be the Holy
Yeah. And that's where I disagree fundamentally with Catholicism. We're all created in the image of God. Every man is created in His image. You don't have to be a pope to have godliness, correct? And that's just sort of where I think about it.
Yeah. And
well, I mean, I would just say, Paul, I encourage you, if you want to take those vows, take them, man. Mm-hmm. You know you're going to take them seriously. But it's as serious as taking a marriage vow. I mean, it's a serious thing. It's a sacrament, of course, and we can all have agreements or disagreements, whatever. But with what Paul's saying, he wants to do or may want to do. You know what? Hell, the world needs more good priests, man. So if that's your calling, man, God bless you. I hope you do it.
Okay. Anthony Anthony said something that I wanted to ask you, Paul, and that was like a calling. Is it a calling? Is it something that you want to do? Are you considering that to help other people? Do you think that, you know, when I say a calling, when I listen to Jesse Lee Peterson kind of explain a calling or talk to somebody, and Gonzo, I know you can attest to this. I'm sure you've heard him say this.
Mhm.
When he asked people that were called. Now, when I had him on, I asked him, does God speak to you in clear language? Which I knew the answer. You know what I mean? So what is drawing this? What is drawing you to this, Paul? Do you think there was a calling from a higher power? Do you want to help people? Do you want to be an example? What is drawing you to priesthood?
It seems to be kind of just how my life. That's just kind of how the cards are being played for me. It seems like with the father I grew up with the things I've learned, the way I'm able to think, it seems like I'm being. It almost seems like I'm being set up to take that line of duty.
Give it time. Give it time.
No, of course, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's the, Frank brings up a really good point, and those are the things that I'm battling at the moment, or those are the thoughts that I'm battling. And I think the one other obvious thing, and I'm pretty sure all of you guys thought this, was, am I willing to make a vow to something that would make it so that I cannot be in a relationship with a woman anymore?
Okay.
And that's the other thought that I've been thinking. It's like, you can live a life of grace, and but that's not enough to that isn't enough to tell you whether or not you should be a priest. There's a lot more that I think I need to learn about myself before I'm willing to take a vow like that. And it's like, it seems like as the days go by, I think that I'm more drawn to becoming a husband rather than becoming a priest.
Okay. I want to interject here for a second. Now,
can I say something just really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I brought up the fact that I was thinking about becoming a priest to kind of prove a point of how serious I take the Roman Catholic faith. So that was just kind of to show, like,
I'm going to bounce off exactly what you said. And what I'm going to say is, to me, and it's no disrespect for anybody that's Catholic, we grew up Catholic. That's what our family was. And then we moved to Lutheran. Then we moved to non-denominational and just being a Christian. So maybe, Paul, if you feel a calling or a need to serve the church, or really the church is serving people, is what it really should be doing. What about being like a pastor? Somebody I'm going to, and you're probably familiar with Michael Foster.
Sounds familiar.
Okay, my brother, he was at 21. He was on one of our live streams on, it was actually called Why You Stopped Being a Christian. It was a video. Now, Michael Foster is a pastor. In fact, I think tomorrow or Sunday is his first service in his new church. And Michael Foster is awesome. He's a father of 7 kids, but he still serves people. And again, we're going to get into, Frank was saying earlier, when I say serve somebody, I think a pastor serves his flock. He's there to guide them, lead them. So have you ever thought about something like that outside of, Catholicism?
Only if you promise to be different than what we're currently being dealt here in the United States from our failed church system all around. Protestant, everybody else.
I,
Where are these pastors? Where are they standing up, calling out what is evil?
mhm.
They don't
Hey,
speak about abortion. Babies are slaughtered constantly.
Hey Frank, let me interrupt. Let me interrupt 1 second, Frank. Look up a guy named Tony Spell from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Send them my
Tony-
way, brother. You got my DM?
Tony Spell. I'll send him to you. But yeah, carry on. I just want to let you know he's
But
he ignored the lockdowns. He's taking his case to the Supreme Court right now.
Then you know what? He's got my respect.
Yeah,
But the fact remains, the
he's
Western
awesome.
Church is a failed organization. It is nothing like the first century church. It is nothing like the Jewish church that was formed, in the first century after Christ, or the churches that Paul planted. We have become a money organization, which obviously, we live in a very Western society. It caters to, the how do you say it? The feminine primary social order, right? Because women are the ones that spend the money.
Making
so all
better-
the mess always
the
about that. It's always about for the women, so the women can put more money in the basket. So
Yeah.
I would say to you, Paul, I would encourage you, obviously, to be a man of the cloth, no question about it. But I would say, like Man said here, give us some time to really form your ideas and your opinions, so that you don't fall under a leadership that you have to bow and serve, but that the leadership that you bow and serve to is God, because he's the one that's going to come and bring the judgment. He's the one that's going to come and reveal the truth. And if you end up becoming a Catholic priest or a Pentecostal pastor or whatever, you're going to be beholden to a doctrine. So you need to find a way where, if your heart is really for the Lord and for the lost, and you want to serve many, that you're able to put out the truth and not have anybody stop you. Because churches in this country, we're experiencing a problem because the church has failed. We don't have prayer in school anymore. Look what's going on. We have babies getting slaughtered on the table. Look what's going on. The institution of marriage totally destroyed. Now, I have no problem with, if you want to, have a common law kind of thing, you're a man and a man or a woman and a woman. I'm not here to stop you. The marriage, that was all about an attack on the family. That's all that was about. That was all that Supreme Court decision was about. And, the country, we're losing our moral standing, man, as a result of it. So Anthony said it, we need more good leaders in that field. And I hope that you become one of them. But give it some time to really form your opinions, so that you don't have to be subservient to bad leadership, because there's plenty of bad leadership out there, my friend.
I think becoming a priest, you don't necessarily have to be subservient to the Pope or the doctrine. You could. I think a big part of why I would like to become a priest is exactly for the reasons that you brought up, which is that there aren't enough strong leaders in the institution at the moment who are willing to bring it back to the original way of how the church worked. And I just kind of wanted to ask you, to what extent do you think the current church is responsible for the things that you said, like abortion? I'm assuming that you're talking about, and the divorce rate and all of that.
That's a good question. Yeah.
Well, this church was founded on Judeo-Christian principles, and we have done nothing but pull away from those Judeo-Christian principles, forever in this postmodern era, right? To what extent do I think they're responsible? I think silence is complicity, right? I think that, if we just look at our laws, man, just look at the way the country has gone. The moral fabric has been eroded, and there has not been charismatic leaders. And I don't mean charismatic in their own power. I mean filled with the Holy Spirit leaders that have risen up and have been willing to risk their neck and risk going to prison, risk being killed, to say what the truth is. And the book of Revelation talks about the two witnesses that are going to come, and they're going to be killed, even though they're going to have done great works. And the whole world is going to look on their body for 3 days, and then they're going to be resurrected. And there the wrath of God will continue to be poured out in that hour. I mean, it will come. But, my philosophy, Paul, is, you were created for a purpose. All of us were created for an absolute purpose. We didn't create ourselves. We didn't create the color of our skin. We didn't create who our parents were. We didn't create the city or the geography we're going to be born in, but we were creating the likeness and the image of God. And all people collectively represent who God is. And God, because he created us, give us the ability to manage his creation, even our own body, and that we would have relationship with him, that we would attune our ear to him, and that we would let him bring forth his will in our life, which includes our purpose and our gifts and our talents. And when the disciples asked Jesus, they said, what would make a man great? He said, serve many, become the least, and then you will become the greatest. So, my philosophy here, Paul, is, I want to leave this world empty. I want to pour out of myself everything that God poured into me so that I, like Paul, can say, I've arrived. I have finished my race. Or like David said, Lord, show me the extent of my days. I mean, we have a great opportunity here, man. We're all going to pass through this earth pretty quickly. You might as well make the best of it. So, I encourage you, my friend, and I'm glad to meet you. And I expect great things from your life, brother, because you got a good heart and you're only 19, and then you got the whole world ahead of you, brother.
Frank, you just said something too, and it's funny. I think it was me talking with Ivan. I'm not sure if it was from the Halloween stream or from when I had a conversation with him, but I think what you said is about, to be a leader, you actually have to be a good follower first. And that's what you just said. You basically just said that too. And that goes for every. In other words, if you can't follow, you can't be a leader. And that's the way you because everybody can't be a leader. You can be a leader of your family, but everybody's not a leader. So.
We are all born with the capacity to lead, every single one of us. But you can't become a leader unless you learn to lead, unless you become an expert in your field. And no leader should go into the position of leadership looking for followers. The first responsibility of a leader is to raise up other leaders. It is to bring other people up around you. And that's exactly what Christ did. He brought up 12 guys, and he unleashed those 12 guys on the world. And what we experience today is the result of their work. So, yes, of course you have to follow somebody first. But
I'm going to go back as like a leader. How do I know I'm a leader? When I go on a job with my other contractors, that are working on a job for me, I don't want to say they fear me, but they know the standard that I expect. My jobs are super clean, respectful to my customers. And so the other contractors I work for, and I've done this since I was like, when I got out of college for construction tech, construction management, I went right to a remodeling contractor, and I was an apprentice for 1 year. Within 1 year, I had my own crew. And ever since then, and even when I worked in like the grocery market and going through college and school, I always pushed to be the leader. Like within like a couple months, I was a night crew manager on a stocking crew within, I don't know, 6 months, where there were guys working there for 4 years that didn't get bumped to that position. So I'm not happy unless I'm leading. And that's not being narcissistic. That's just, I love to lead. I love to teach. I gravitate toward organization and that leadership role always. And I think about all the different jobs I've had, whether it would be on any kind of sports, I always was a leader or a teacher. And that's just something that I always strive to be. So I think everybody has it in them, but you also do need a tribe, so.
There's genius, right? Everybody's born with a stroke of genius in something. Man, I heard that you rolled the best cigar that Tony's ever had. That says a lot. Many other things that you're amazing at.
We were through this cigar, and it is so nice right now, just burning beautifully. And I absolutely love it.
Did you run the bamboo through it?
Right through the middle, and
okay,
it's burning. It's actually glowing right now, but it's burning so good. But it tastes so good. I'm really not a cigar fan, okay? Because some cigars to me are harsh. I like Super Gnome. He had said about the acid cigars. I like those. Those are like, I think they're like soaked in rum or something like that. But it's been quite a while since I've had a cigar. Like I said, it's been about a year. I think it was one of Ivan's cigars. But this cigar is beautiful. It
Thank
really, I mean, I'm smoking it in my house. So.
Keep in mind, what you like is that aged tobacco. Keep that in mind. If you ever look for a cigar, look for aged tobacco.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's so nice. Last night when I was sitting near the fire, and I think, yeah, Paul was in the chat last night. It was just an impromptu thing, but I was puffing on the cigar, and I just, after a couple minutes, I couldn't get a good draw on it. And I'm like, I'm really looking forward to this because this tastes so good. You're going to have to send one to Frank because Frank's a cigar guy, you know?
Okay,
right?
I don't know. Yeah.
Frank, you're a cigar guy, right?
If you say that's the best cigar in the world, then yes, send them my way.
I mean,
I got big shoes to uphold here.
I swear, when I woke up this morning, I'm looking at that cigar in my humidor, and I actually closed the lid on it. I'm like, how can I smoke this thing? And then my brother's like, dude, run a skewer through it. And I'm like, that's genius. That's great. Because it tastes so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's just say, for the sake of this conversation, that man is actually a genius with aging and rolling tobacco. Well, we wouldn't know he's a genius unless he put work behind it and actually created a product and delivered it to you. Now he becomes an effective genius. So the illustration is that we are all have a stroke of genius in some area of our life. And if we want it to become effective, we need to put energy and focus and hard work behind it so that we can bring it forth. Right? Like the Bible says that when Paul said to Timothy, you know, be diligent, study hard so that you show yourself approved. We all have a stroke of genius within us. So God created us for a purpose. We all have a purpose. And you know what? As men, we have the great opportunity to manifest and demonstrate that purpose in multi-layered leadership, right? You're given leadership first over your own body, then you're given leadership over a family or a work or a business or a forum or whatever. We are given every opportunity to lead. Even though government and society wants to tell us that we're toxic and we don't get that, they don't know shit, because we still get that opportunity no matter what. It's by default. They can say what they want about it, but we still get it. So if we step up to the plate, right, and we open our ear, we open our heart, before you know it, things are born inside of us. God's manifesting solutions that nobody else could have brought except for you and me in that very specific arena and role.
Yeah, and that's all that I wanted to add to the leadership question, is that every man has the opportunity to be a leader. Every man can and is a leader over his family.
Amen.
And his family. And that's all I wanted to say about the leadership question, is every man can be a leader over his family. It should be, you know what,
right. And we need bold leadership, because there are a lot of forces that are against you that's telling you that you shouldn't be the leader.
Absolutely.
And that force is from the state, it's from the schools, it's from other parents, it's from your peers, it's from social media. You know what, dude?
Like Jesse Lee Peterson would say, it's from your mama too.
You already know, man. The world puts limitations atop you. You have cultural limitations. You have all religious limitations. You have tremendous limitations that are placed upon you. When's the last time elementary school, taught you to open a business, or to invest in the stock market, or to make some, or to talk like we're even talking now, or to say, hey, you're a man, you should build up your manly strength. You should use your these characteristics inside of you to be a good leader. They don't nurture that. They don't nurture that because they want sheep. They want employees. They want people to fall in line because they don't want to see anybody passing them by, right?
They want
Yep. Bold leadership. That is the phrase of the hour. We need bold leadership.
I'm like you, Frank. I'm like you. Enough is enough of that shit. Yeah. I'm like you. Enough.
Straight enough.
You know, Paul, let me tell you something, man. Growing up for me, you got to figure I didn't have, a YouTube channel. I didn't have a place where you could go. The guys that were mentors to me were, of course, my dad. And, God bless my dad, 84 years old. And, You know, I spent time with them yesterday. My dad and mom are, you know, in incredible shape. You know, they just got back from Biloxi. You know, they're having a great time.
Wait,
But
Biloxi, Mississippi?
yeah, just got back. Yeah, they were at the Beau Rivage. Yeah, they were at the Beau Rivage.
Nice, yeah.
So like Paul, for you, you have guys of different ages. I'm 58, Gonzo's 22, Frank is 35, Frank? 36, Man is 33, and Anthony's 50. So you have a wide range of guys who've been through a lot of things where, you know, me growing up, there was no way to get this kind of information, especially from, you know, 5 other guys you've never met. So, you know, any questions you have toward us, I'm a single guy. I mean, you know, I'm 58, I'm single. I was married. I've been divorced for I've probably been divorced for 24 years, I think. 24 years. Yeah. So, and living.
We lost.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We lost the host.
Lost the host.
He'll come right back. Paul, you look like you was gonna say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was gonna just tell him about just kind of how funny it is, the reason I watch, you know, because I'm sure. Oh, he's back. Here, I'll let him say what he wanted to say.
No, I you know, you just have a wide range of guys to talk to right now. You know what I mean?
Hey, Tony, your Apple computer died on us.
No, I was actually wiping off the ashes, and I just
I'm sorry.
Wipe yourself out of this.
I'm just you know, I mean, you know, I love Apple, but you know, geez, I mean, I think it kind of.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
Wait. We got to ask Paul the question. We have to ask Frank the question. We'll start with Paul. Apple or Android, Paul? iPhone.
Yeah.
Good for you. Frank?
You know, I hate to be filed into some kind of dichotomous decision, right? Because everything in life is a dichotomy, and it's unfortunate. However, I use the Apple machinery at the moment.
Oh,
fantastic! Good for you. Yeah.
I use PC though as a computer. I use PC.
Okay, I'm on a MacBook Air right now, and of course I have the iPhone 11, of course.
Hey,
you know.
hey,
so
Frank, they're trying to convert me, Frank.
On this episode of Get an
It's a good
iPhone.
product. I'm not gonna lie, it's a good product, bro.
They don't care if I'm Catholic or not, but they want me to be Apple. You know, they're killing me.
Let me put this out there. I was never very much into technology. I would have considered myself pre-2016 to be basic with computers. I didn't care for that stuff. When I got an Apple computer, man, dude, I have become very good with computers to the point where I can use almost every Adobe product. I'm understanding things about code. I'm understanding things about these machines, how they work, how they network, how money is moved, everything. And I can say that the reason that is because the Apple machine is really very easy to use. It's a good experience. I will say that.
User friendly for sure.
Right.
My MacBook, and I'm streaming on that right now, is it's incredible. I mean, I have my other PC sitting right here, and the only thing it has is my security camera on it. That's it. It's like it's my security camera monitor. That's all it is right now. It's been demoted. So
let me bring something up, if you don't mind, Tony. This is a very good opportunity to segue into this. Continuity of communications. Yep. We're living in a time where we're so dependent upon these machines for our communication that for any reason, whether it be civil unrest, whether it be martial law, whether it be suspension of, whether our dollar collapses, whatever could happen, we could lose our ability to communicate and share information just like that. We could also be very much censored because our views are not exactly the views that Google and YouTube and Apple and these other wonderful, great progressive companies that have slave labor camps all over the world would tend to agree with. So we have to have a plan for continuity of communications. We have to be able to continue to bring forth our message and communicate, because if you can't bring forth your message and communicate, you cannot rally. you could not do anything. Now, having served in the military, I can tell you, whenever we enter an operational theater for combat, the first thing we do is cut off the communications of the enemy. Like, that's the first thing that you do, so that they cannot communicate, so that they cannot form and storm against you, essentially. So I think
what was
think
the machine that the Nazi used to communicate?
What did they use?
What's the name of that machine? Gonzo?
Oh, the fact check time. Let's see here.
Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about?
Shortwave radio? I mean,
No.
The telegraph?
No.
Was it something that shut the whole communication system down?
The code was broken.
Yeah,
That's
use
the communication device.
Navajo is the language.
No. We use Navajo. So we use Navajo, so the Japanese couldn't understand
it. It was a machine that they used to communicate.
Yeah. It's in a lot of video games too. The name of that machine.
You know what I'm talking about, Anthony.
I know what that
Enigma.
Yes.
The Enigma.
Enigma machine.
That's right, the Enigma. Yep, the Enigma. Yeah. Yeah, we need an Enigma machine.
So,
right?
let me ask Frank a question. Let's say the grid goes down tomorrow. I mean, are we going to be sending smoke signals to each other? I mean, how do we communicate with no grid? Do you have to have a what do you call it, ham operator tower? I mean, how do you communicate?
Well, these are things that we need to consider, because all of our geographical locations in this room are even different, right? I think satellite phones are maybe something to consider. That was something that was used in operational theater in the Middle East. Soldiers were able to call family and there was no cell phone towers. You want black phones that don't have a camera, don't have a mic, don't have a GPS, that operate off a European SIM card, that you're able to make your calls, communicate the way that you want, and press one button to wipe everything out. If you study tradecraft, which is basically how the CIA and other intelligence organizations, conduct their affairs, communications is very much at the top of the list. And they use a lot of different systems in order to, first of all, simplify their communication, but also protect their communications and keep their communications intact when they're in compromised situations. So, I mean, we should be able to figure this out quite quickly, given that, we live in a technological era, but we need to create something, because let's just talk about censorship. If we're putting up videos here, are we cross-pollinating these videos onto another platform? Yes or no? All right, so that's one thing to consider. Second thing to consider is, what if we become demonetized? And some of us are monetized and some of us are not, obviously, but some people depend on that money. Well, how are you going to replace that income so that you don't lose your house? What are you doing to do that? I mean, communication plays such a vital role in our society today. Furthermore, Russia, not too long ago, they shut off their entire internet. I think it was a couple of years ago, just to demonstrate that they can do it. What happens if our GOV wants to shut off our internet? Money ain't going to move. Business won't be conducted. Emails and cell phone calls won't be made. I mean, dude, Jack Murphy was just in Washington, D.C. for the Million MAGA March. And he was reporting, along with friends of mine who were there, that they cut off all cell phone communication with inside that circle in D.C.
That's insane. That's insane, man.
Okay, so this is very real. This is very real. So if we're not thinking about this, I got to tell you guys, the big GOV they are thinking about it, and they have plans to do it.
Did the government cut off cell phone communication to detour like Antifa and groups like that?
You know why they cut it off, Tony? They cut it off so that you know that they can. Because they can. That's why they cut it off. And they don't need your permission to do it. They make unilateral decisions both for you and for me. And don't think that's not going to play out with a vaccine or play out with military service or whatever. I mean, dude, we're starting to live in a society that our kids are never going to have the same country that we have. Ever. Neither will they have the same opportunity unless we give it to them. You're going to see a lot of change. balkanization.
That call didn't have to be a government call. It could have been some higher up in the area shutting that shit down.
Well,
Could have been
Right.
acting independently, but no one's going to reprimand it because they support that shit. And and now he's a scapegoat if they ever find out. So that shit
Perhaps
happens.
that's the truth, but the fact is that it did happen. It could
Yeah,
have been.
no.
it
I
could
said,
have been
yeah.
a tech company for all we know. But the fact is that this power is too available to the people that are at the top. While you and me, we're at the whims of their decisions.
Mhm.
well, I would also like to add to that. I'm not sure if you guys heard about this, but I heard in some smaller circles that I follow. I know there are some guys and gals who like to get together and they're advocates for things like, child abuse and that sort of thing, and and children's rights and that. And I heard that Facebook and Instagram, within this year, during this whole COVID thing, they started basically cutting people off. So there's no way for anybody to contact each other. So what happened was there was this guy, he was talking about how he is in this group full of a bunch of people and everybody's communicating with each other. Everybody's good friends on, and they were, I guess they were organizing something and what have you, organizing a, I don't know if it was a protest or what it was, but what ended up happening was all these advocates, they not only did their group get erased, but all of their accounts and anybody who was associated with the group got erased. And now nobody in those groups was able to contact each other. And then everybody was trying to find each other on Instagram right after that happened. And within 10 minutes, it was all gone off Instagram. Same accounts. Traced back, gone off Instagram.
Instagram is owned by Facebook, I believe. Now.
Yes, it is. But within 10 minutes, this all happened. Everybody's communication's totally gone. And so everybody who can exchange phone numbers and can do that. This is why I like the 21 convention, is because I really feel like there is a huge place to actually have these conversations in person and to have these networks and everything. Because you never know what the authority is going to do. You don't know. These tech giants and stuff.
Yeah.
Who's going to press the button?
If you get too big, if you get too influential, they'll try to shut you down.
They're going to take notice if you do get too big.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, especially if you start.
Of all of us, because they're using AI. So it won't be too long before we use certain trigger words, or like Supernome just said, microaggression. And matter of fact, let me tell you guys this. Let me put you on something. I listened to a video out of Davos the other day, and they were talking about what the future looks like. And they said that people are going to wear a wearable device, and that wearable device is going to measure your micro and macro aggressions inside of your body. And they gave the example of Kim Jong-un speaking to the nation, and they will be able to determine whether or not you agree with his point of view just from measuring your involuntary responses in your body. And if you disagree, they're going to come to your house and they're going to snatch you out in the morning, never to be seen again. And they share these things so that we know what, first of all, they're thinking, and second of all, what they plan and hope to do. I mean, we are going to quickly come up into this situation if we don't, again, demonstrate that bold leadership, be willing to put our ass on the line, be willing to take a stand, because they're not just coming for us. Once they cut our heads off, they're coming for our kids, man, and they're coming for our wives. And that's that. Because we're made in the image of God, and as far as we're concerned, we're a disease that walks the face of the earth because they're completely full of darkness and empty souls.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, I've actually messaged a couple people right now to see if they want to jump on live. I messaged Michael Foster in response to Paul, and I've also
petition for recall. What do you got there, Anthony?
Oh, what is this live? Is this live? I'm sorry. Oh, sorry,
That's my
sorry,
guy.
guys.
I'm
Sorry.
figuring this out right now.
You know what? What? I'm just
Hang
I'm
on
just
one
listening to you
second.
guys.
I've messaged Michael Foster to see if he wanted to jump on live. I think his input right now would be really relative to what we're talking about. I just messaged. I'm going to say his name in 2 words here, very slowly, but Stefan Mull.
No way.
No way. Bring him up, baby. Let's go.
So I
Oh,
just
that's gonna be instant shutdown.
to see if
Totally.
I just
You might as well
invited
say
you guys to join the
instant
live stream because I think it'd be
shutdown.
very relevant, and you're talking some guys that I think would really be
Ah.
I'm not afraid to throw out the StreamYard link to anybody at this point.
I mean, you've heard it here, folks. We're gonna have a conversation between Stefan and Anthony Fauci.
Yeah. Well, I know
We
you
can
guys
talk
saw
about
that.
following the science.
Yeah.
I wish I hadn't shown you that, guys, because that's just some paperwork I was going over with before I got in this video, and some people are considering to recall the governor of California.
Oh, praise God. I hope they do, man.
Well, I mean, some people. I'm not saying I was. I mean, I just happen to have this petition here, and I am a registered voter. I mean, I guess you guys could say, well, Tony, you had to go to the website, and then you had to download it, and then you had to print it out. I guess you could say that, and you'd be right. I mean, but that could just be accidental too. And I hope you guys understand that. I wasn't, it doesn't mean that I meant to do that.
Anthony, I have a question for you too, real quick. I'd like you to shoot me your email in the private chat on StreamYard. If you go to private chat, go ahead and put your phone number in there so I can contact you, or your email, either one.
Okay, because I see a little chat button, but if I click on it, it's gonna kick me out.
No, where it says private chat.
Well, now I have an Android, so my Android doesn't say private chat; it just says chat.
Yeah, it might be the chat. Go ahead. Yeah, it's probably the chat then, because I'm the I'm the moderator, so I have comments. You guys don't have comments. You have a comment section, don't you, Gonzo?
Comments, that I can see on StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The other night, it was when we had Jay Vincent on. Mm-hmm. I wasn't getting StreamYard. StreamYard was not putting the chats across. So, but
I'll do that.
If you go do that, you go into private chat. Shoot me your email and your phone number, because we need to talk offline sometime. So, and I'm gonna write it down as soon as I see it. So
so I'm gonna click on it now. Don't think that the authorities have taken me off. I'm just clicking on, because I have an Android phone, so it's really a stupid thing, right? Well, it could just knock me off from no matter what. Okay, but it might knock me off. But if it does, I'm gonna go get some more beers. I'm gonna sign some petitions. And I'll be back. And I hope you guys are still here when I get back. All right.
All right. Beautiful. But throw that in private chat. It's on the right side. I'm on my laptop, but it's on the right side. If you look for private chat, it should be in there. Gonzo, what do you see so you can tell Anthony?
So on the right side of I'm on desktop, but like on the right side of my screen, I've got. There's like 2 tabs, and on the right there's comments, so you can see the comments on YouTube, and to the left it says private chat.
Okay. So Anthony, we want to get your phone number, so everybody here will have your phone number. So imagine
it's okay.
You're going to get a lot of prank calls at about 6 tomorrow morning. So
I don't care if Paul calls me, because he's around here, and Paul. You should sign a damn petition. I don't care if you're going to be a priest or not. But holy shit, man! Come on, man.
My family will definitely do that as well. So.
Oh shit! Yeah, you know what? I'll give you information on that. Each petition has enough for 5 signatures, but it's got to be voter. So if you're not a voter, go sign up, be a voter. But anyways.
But
right.
yeah, go ahead and do that, Anthony. You know, whether you can check it out, put it in there.
Okay.
And then if you got to run, come back and I'll let you back in the stream for sure. So,
10-4. All right.
So let's concentrate on this question from Supernova 369. Are you guys ready for military forced injections and chips yet? Well, I know I'm not. So
you know, it's the funniest thing. Like in 20, I'm trying to think when I first started getting into this whole business, where because you know what year was it when Bill Gates gave his TED talk, and it was like he was like, we have these 5 things here. We've got the jobs and the people, and we've got the services, and we've got all this other stuff. And in order to get carbon emissions down, we're going to have to, one of these things is going to have to get very close to 0. And everybody laughs. And then, he's talking about decreasing the population growth and that whole thing. And I remember when I first heard that, and I was like, well, this is kind of quirky. This is kind of funny. And then, here we are in 2020, where anything can happen. And, here he is again with, just we got to shut down this economy. There's no way it can work out any other way. We got to shut down this economy. We got to, everybody's got to get the vaccine. Everybody.
What narrative does he have to say that? Now, when you're a billionaire and you say shut down the economy, you could give a flying shit. I mean, let's get real.
Yeah. You brought up a good point, because everybody's calling him like an expert. They're treating him like he's like top of the science and he's like 100% expert. Frankly, I mean, the guy's read a lot of books, and I don't think Bill Gates is a dumb guy by any means. I think he is a very smart guy, but I also happen to think that he is a pretty creepy guy. Frankly,
but he wears a pink sweater. Look at me. I'm not threatening. I wear a pink sweater.
Yeah.
That dude's evil, pure evil.
He's like the Willy Wonka of real life. He's like he's going to be dropping people in chocolate fountains or something. He's going to be grinding them up into candy.
Bill Gates doesn't command the loyalty of the military. So regarding the question, are we ready for the military to put chips in us? The military is not going to do it. The corporations are going to do it. What they're going to do is they're going to say, you can't have a bank account here. You can't participate in commerce. You can't travel. You can't get a driver's license. You cannot enjoy what it means to participate in this economy. It will be the corporations that will force us. And then the next, great threat is the health department. The health department is going to be the one that are going to be administrating it. I literally just read an entire bill that's been presented to Congress where they're creating a coronavirus core, okay? And inside of this core, there'll be contact tracers, and they'll leave room open for vaccine administrators. So, also, I just got a text from somebody watching. He says that Bill Gates has a patent on microneedle array patch that goes on like a Band-Aid. So, I mean, look, they have thought this out. They obviously have great interest into getting us vaccinated and putting some kind of nanotechnology inside of us, because it's like sheep being branded, and they want us to know that. So I encourage you to resist. Now, I will bring up something else just so you understand how deep and how far these people will go. A friend of mine brought to my attention that Kamala Harris was found on video not too long ago, or maybe it was a couple of years ago, whatever it was, saying, one day we will take away the guns from the people and we will get it done. And people might say to us, well, I'll never turn in my guns. And you know what she said? She said, no problem. We'll just wait till your kids go to school, and then we'll take your children. And then when we have your children, then you'll give us the guns. So, I mean, these people are absolutely ruthless. They will go to every extent to just dehumanize us. And guys, I promise you, they want us dead. They do. This is who they are. So
Frank,
resist.
Frank, is this a worldwide thing, or is this just is this a worldwide thing, or is this just an American thing?
Well,
Would
once
you
they
say-
got America, then it is the world, technically.
Well, let me ask you this. Is the entire world created in the likeness and the image of God? Because I believe this entire attack is spiritual. It's about destroying God's creation.
I would
And
say
they'll roll it out in the first because it's a more vulnerable population. I mean, they've been doing it in the third world forever, man. They've been giving live polio vaccines to people that have been giving them polio straight from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I mean, crazy stuff. Africa, they've been pumping people with vaccines in Africa. People have been dying for many, many years. They don't definitely going to roll it out there first. And basically what they're going to say to them is, oh, the tourism industry has collapsed. Your economy is totally, decimated. But if you take this vaccine, we'll give you some kind of universal basic income or something like that. And people will take it and people will die off. And then Bill Gates will have his, desire, which is to have a minimal world population so that he can reduce carbon emissions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And guys, it is here. This is why I moved out to where I moved to. This is why I left the cities, because the scripture says, "Come out of her, my people, unless you should partake of her plagues," and basically suffer for her sins. Her sins are great. That hour is coming, and it's not that we're afraid of the hour. Well, the hour was going to come. The hour was predetermined before time began, but we are going to stand in this hour. We're going to welcome this hour. And we are not going to give away our birthright. We're not going to give away our children. We're not going to give away the management authority that God has given us over our family and over the things that we have influence of, because we are the last line of defense, man. So yeah, I'm excited for the days ahead, man. I am. I know I sound a little bit angry and whatever. I'm not. I'm a happy guy. I really am. I live life to the fullest.
You sound excited, Frank. You sound excited.
And I'm not excited because people are going to suffer, but I'm excited that we get to be the best version of who we are if we're willing to step into that role. And there will be a legacy that is spoken of about us, and it talks about in that last days, he who refuses to take the mark will be beheaded. We will become martyrs. But it says that on the other side, our reward is great, exceedingly great. Even more so, it is defined against, all the rest of the saints that have come into heaven. So, and this honestly is the first time in history that the world is bowing down to this type of madness, if you really think about it, right? We've become radically individualistic in our society. And it wasn't more than a few years ago is do what feels right. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying I agree with that idea, but now look at people. Do what feels right for me. How about that? Put on your mask. How dare you? You take that vaccine. How dare you put my life at risk for a virus that doesn't even kill more than 1% of the people that are infected with it? I mean, guys, come on, man. The hour is here.
So I have a.
It is here. It is here.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'll encourage anybody who didn't see the podcast I had with Ivan Throne. This is what Ivan had said when I asked him about Civil War. I asked him about men standing up. And the whole thing he had said too, one of the things he said is, who's going to be the first one? Do you want to be the first one for that moment? Are you ready to push in all your chips for that one moment?
No, but do you know how this happens, Tony? It happens just like it happened at Bunker Hill. It happens just like it happened at Lexington and Concord. They start distributing the vaccine. They go house to house. All of a sudden, something really bad happens to your neighbors. And then you're like, yeah, that can happen to me next. And all of a sudden, the neighborhood gets together and says, we have to prevent this from happening to us. So obviously, it's going to take that type of event for that to occur. I also want to specify that the Civil War will not be between us. It's not going to be between Democrats and Republicans or anything like that. It's going to be in defiance of tyranny. That is what a civil war will look like.
Yes.
Well, I have a question for all of you. So so two books. Have you read 1984 and A Brave New World?
Not A Brave New World.
Okay.
I haven't read that.
Yeah,
I've read Brave New World.
Yeah, Usually those are like the two go-to like dystopian things, but I think they're both really important reads. And if you haven't read them recently, I would like check them out for sure. Even if
Yeah,
you've already read it.
they're probably the most read books in this time right now.
Well, and the reason why I
I'm glad.
recommend both of them is because they had opposite theories, but I believe that they're both correct. Because George Orwell, when he wrote 1984, his theory was that the tyranny, like the totalitarianism, was going to be, in a way, it was going to be top down. It was going to be the authorities are going to start spying on you. They're going to start enforcing, the good think, bad think, that sort of thing. Kind of that stuff we were talking about earlier where, they can detect your microaggression levels or whatever. They can detect your agreement with certain ideas just using the technology, kind of in line with all of that. And Brave New World was sort of the opposite idea. Rather than them enforcing all of this onto people, the people would be lulled into it. They would be lulled into a sleep, and they would actually welcome it in. And you see both of those things happening right now. You see people welcoming the government taking away their rights and giving away their privacy and giving away all of these things, giving away their power for pleasure, for convenience, for all of these things.
For acceptance.
For acceptance, yes, exactly. What's funny is that I believe George Orwell was a student of Aldous Huxley. And Orwell sent a copy of his book to Huxley, and Huxley wrote a letter back to him that said, "You're wrong, basically, and here's why. It's because you believe that the government is going to just take people over, and they're just going to be the ones who are drawing in the reins." And he's like, "No, I believe I'm correct because they will give it all away. They will not even have to be forced. Most of them,
Yeah.
they will just say, sure, take it all away, go ahead."
And what was his theory for the compliance?
Mm-hmm.
What was his theory for the compliance, Gonzo?
What was his theory for the compliance? Well, like I said, like with the like I'm trying to think of, because it was just part of Brave New World was the to my memory is the I mean it was partially satire, but it was also
Who's the author of that?
Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley. And it's George Orwell for 1984, but like to give you an idea, if I remember this correctly, it's been a while since I've read it, but they the way they handle childbirth is very different. All children are basically born out of tubes, and there's like a whole process that people go through, but people gave
they're trying
away
to do away with vaginal birth now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you see it going that direction. And of course, there's you could say this is kind of a conspiracy sort of thing, but if you look at Aldous Huxley's lineage and you look at his family, you'll actually find that he was a part of not only a very wealthy family, but people who were very involved in science and very involved in a lot of the foundation that has led to these things that we're seeing now. So you could say that in a way he kind of had a glimpse into what was to come. He had the advantage that Orwell did not have. But yeah, the compliance was it was for convenience. It was for acceptance, just for because yeah, it's just easier to have. You live a life of convenience when you give away your responsibility and all that.
Yeah, like Frank was saying, when you can't fly, when you can't travel, when you can't, buy from these corporations because you're not vaccinated, or your kids can't go to school. You can't buy groceries, or you can't enter a store or a department store or a grocery store.
Or you can't own a gun.
You can't own a gun,
Or you
right?
can't own a gun.
Let me take a poll here on vaccinations. I've had my vaccinations when I was young. I think probably everybody has your polio, your measles, What else do they give you vaccinations for when you're young?
I think
But-
tuberculosis.
Hepatitis.
Yeah,
Rubella.
I never had one for hepatitis or anything like that. I think it was measles, maybe
Whooping
polio when I was younger. So who has got a flu vaccination? I have had one about 10 years ago. That's the only time I've ever had one. Gonzo?
I had one several years ago.
Okay. Frank?
When's the last time I had a vaccine? I probably had a tetanus vaccine like 5 years ago.
Yeah, flu vaccination. Ever had it?
Never flu. Abafangul, that's what was taken to the flu vaccine.
Me only once about 10 years ago, and I actually had the flu. And basically, a flu vaccination is their best guess of what's going to be the most popular virus that's going around. So, all right, Paul, have you had a flu vaccination?
Yeah.
Okay. A few? Do you know how many? Every year?
I only had one during the swine flu, and that was about it.
Okay. All right. And how old were you then? That was a while ago.
I was about 8 years old, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, okay. Yeah. Because I actually flew to Italy when swine flu was going on. And I actually brought face masks with me, believe it or not, on the flight. And my buddy who went with me said, I can't believe you brought that. I brought that and what's called airborne. You guys familiar with airborne?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. It's before you get a cold or whatever. And on the way back from the flight from Italy, there was a guy sitting in front of us on the airplane, and he was sweating. He was sick as you could get. I mean, he had his hoodie on, and he wouldn't move. He wouldn't move to the back of the plane. So I reached into my carry-on and put on a mask. Now, my buddy was looking at me. I popped a couple airbornes. My buddy was looking at me, and he's like, and it's great because I have a picture. I should put it on the screen, but I won't. But I had to take a picture of him sitting next to me on the plane with a mask on. The funny thing was, within like, I don't know, probably 5-10 minutes, because this guy wouldn't move. So we ended up going to the back of the plane. There were some seats left there. And if you ever been in the back of the plane, what can't you do in the back of the plane? You can't recline. So in the back seats. So we went to the back seats, but we got up with our masks on. The second we did that, it was like a tidal wave of masks. Just people started putting masks on, wrapping stuff around their face.
Isn't that so funny?
Yeah. Yeah.
I tell you, I'll share a funny, ridiculous story with y'all. I was out to eat with my girlfriend today, and typically before I eat, I always just kind of wash my hands. But before COVID and Corona and all this crap came about, I'd always just wash my hands. My hands are typically dirty, I just whatever. My hands are always.
Let me pause you for a second.
Yeah.
When I go into a restaurant, I sit down, and right before I eat, I either ask for some wet naps or I go to the bathroom and wash my hands.
Yeah. So, and that's how I was too. I just go wash my hands because my hands are dirty, whatnot. Since the China virus, I've subconsciously stopped washing my hands. And my girlfriend asked me, "You're not going to wash your hands?" I said, "You know what? That's interesting. You said. I think subconsciously I'm refusing to wash my hands now because everyone else is so scared of germs. Now, subconsciously, I want all the germs now. It's like, you know what? I'm going to do the opposite of what everyone else is scared of. And so subconsciously, I just stopped washing my hands. It sounds ridiculous.
One of the things is your body is building its natural antibodies
to
protect yourself. I mean, we grew up eating dirt. I mean, pretty much. I work in a nasty environment pretty much every day. Okay.
Yeah, same.
So like antibiotics, I'm sure everybody on this panel here knows people. Every time they get a sniffle, they go to the doctor and the doctor gives them antibiotics. And that is absolutely the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
So what happens is it makes your body weak. Now, the last time I had antibiotics was 10 years ago, and they had to give them to me because I shattered my collarbone. So I got a steel plate that goes across my collarbone. They had to give you antibiotics when they open you up. But that was the last time. And I think that's what attributes my resistance to flus, germs, whatever. I'm not a guy that gets sick a lot at all.
Same. Yeah, and growing up, my mom never forced us or told us we needed to go to the doctor for every little sniffle. I wasn't raised in that kind of environment. It was like, even if I've been sick really bad, puking my guts up, running high fever. Of course, not fatally high fever, but running high fever, just throwing up, just miserable. Ginger ale or Sprite and a cold rag.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And bed rest.
No Gatorade?
Yeah. Gatorade, anything, my grandma, chicken soup, whatever. We didn't go to the doctor for that kind of, you know what I mean? We didn't take medications. I didn't take Tylenol for a headache or anything. You know what I mean? I had friends that would pop Tylenol and aspirin for headaches, and I'm just like looking at them like they're drug heads or something, you know?
Well, I'm the guy that, you know what? I'm going to bring Anthony back in, but I'm the guy that when it comes to headaches, now there's a such thing as migraines, and that's a real thing.
Yeah.
So somebody who gets a migraine, I really feel for them because I'm a guy that's probably had 10 headaches in his life, and 5 of them from hangovers, and it is brutal. I mean, the only thing you want to do is close your eyes and go to sleep.
Yeah.
That's it. You know,
I haven't had a headache that bad.
I remember getting in a fight at some guys at a gas station, and the guy clocked me pretty good, and I was in college at this time, and I had a black eye, and I remember that was the worst headache it is because all you had to do was open your eyes and look in any light, and it would automatically induce a headache. So I feel for people that have like a headache or a migraine. And because to me, a headache, there's 2 things to me, and maybe you guys will agree with me, maybe you won't. I don't get any of these very rarely, but a stomach ache and a headache are the 2 worst things you can have. Maybe it's because I don't get them often at all, but I know, like, I think of somebody with stomach problems or like a migraine, on how it can affect you, overall. The only thing I want to do is go to sleep. You know, I just want to when you sleep, you don't feel anything. I mean, to me, I don't feel anything when I'm sleeping. So
yeah.
He said 5 hangovers are only. Well, yeah, I might be pulling that number back a little.
Yeah, I can remember a time I was in a summer camp, and we were playing softball, and we had to line up to bat. And the kid before me looked like he was twice our age, twice our size. And this boy, he hit the ball, and when he hit the ball, he threw the bat. And when he threw the bat, that bat came and hit me upside the head. And it was just like, I was more stunned, but everyone else kind of panicked. You know what I mean? They were looking at me how I was still standing, but they took me to see the nurse and all that. But I've never had any headaches or anything like that. Never in my life had I had a headache where I couldn't open my eyes. Never. Well, I don't understand.
You know, we'll talk about headaches, and I'm going to throw this topic. We talked about this before, but anybody who hasn't been punched in the face,
yeah.
You know, Mike Tyson, I think, is the one who made that popular a year or 2 ago. You know, you haven't been punched in the face, some quote, but he's right. Yeah. So if you haven't been punched in the face, yeah. What was it, Frank?
Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah. And that's there's a lot of truth to that. There really is. And because I think what happens is once you've been plowed pretty good, you understand that you can overcome that pretty quick. And I know Anthony, we talked about this on one, I think the last stream. So getting punched in the face, and I'm not saying, you know, it's go out and start some shit with people. That brings me back to Fight Club. Everybody seen the movie Fight Club?
Yep.
Do you remember when they had to start a fight with somebody and they said how actually difficult it was to actually start a fight with somebody?
Yeah.
Remember that? The one guy was spraying the hose at the priest when he was walking by. Another guy was in a car showroom. And it just, so guys weren't that anxious to get into a fight, you know. But
Depends where you are, though, man. I'll tell you some areas to go to get a fight.
Yeah, yeah. I think the worst blow I've ever had is with one of my instructors, and this was probably about 10 years ago. He's a big guy, 275. He actually does strongman competitions. And after our judo classes, I was always the guy that would, he'll say, "You want to spar a bit?" And when we say spar, we'll put on shin pads, and we'll put on gloves, not MMA gloves, but like 16-ounce boxing gloves, and we spar. And sparring for me back then, I was maybe more like 172, and he's 275, so he's got over 100 pounds on. So I hit him with a nice kind of a nice fake where I threw at the stomach, and then hit him with a kind of a big overhand right. And within like 60 seconds, and he was gracious about it, but I stepped into his left jab, and let me tell you something. I know I was out by the time I hit the mat. I mean, I know I was out, like out like a light. And I've got a couple pictures I showed you. Remember I showed you the pictures on a couple of streams ago where I had the blood coming out my nose and all right here. So, I've had it done a few times, and it's because of the training that I was involved in. So it does kind of it gives you a perspective on how are you going to feel when you get hit.
Yeah.
And how are you going to react to it?
Or I used to get hit in the nose so many times playing sport. It was like, wow, man, your eyes just water. It was miserable. It hurts. I never had my lights go out though.
Yeah, no, I have a few times, and it's okay. Never in like a street fight or anything like that. But I have been bloused pretty good a couple times. So my brother did an interview with John Fitch, and in fact, I was talking about this last night on my little stream. Now, I've been choked out, and when you do martial arts, especially judo or jujitsu, you actually have to know what it feels like to be choked out. Has anybody been choked out here?
No.
Okay, Frank. So you understand it very well. It's a you almost feel like you're out for like 15 minutes, but you're not. You might be out for 5 seconds. So when you wake back up,
I almost got in 2 car accidents on the way home. It's crazy.
But
it's crazy, yeah.
But being actually choked out, or choked. We're talking about choked out now is a whole different story. But now, when my brother did this interview with Fitch was talking about, because he's a professional fighter, and John's cool as hell. I love John. I think you met John Fitch. Did you, Frank, or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know John.
Okay. Now, John was talking about when you get hit, you have to kind of, like when you knock somebody out, if you run down and hit him again, you'll actually wake him back up. And I didn't know that, So I thought about that. I'm like, wow. So you hit somebody, knock them out, and you hit them again, and now they wake up. So that's something that like he was aware of when he was in his professional fights. So, but yeah. So Frank, you've been choked out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I've been doing MMA for 10 years, so yeah.
Okay, cool.
I never been knocked out, but choked out, yes. But the guy's a freaking black belt. I was, a young white belt. Happens. But I'm glad that it happened because I learned. You don't learn unless you do, unless you experience.
What martial art do you do, Frank? Jiu-jitsu?
Muay Thai, boxing, love throwing hands. I do jiu-jitsu as well.
Okay.
I'm looking for a school that I'm out here, but I'm only been out here for a little while. But I stay fresh, I stay sharp.
Awesome.
Yeah. I like fighting.
I've got a heavy bag in my garage, and I have one of my gis on it with my white belt wrapped around it. So,
Nice.
yeah, that's what I do to, after my workouts. I work out every other day, and I've got a home gym, so I do some what's called uchikomi, which is a fit-in, where I basically do the setups for the throws, and then I just throw hands on the bag for maybe 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, man, just stay loose. That's all.
Yeah.
Make sure your head movement is good. Make sure your footwork is good. Make sure you're on your toes.
Yeah.
That's what's going to matter.
Yeah.
Make sure your chin and your neck are strong. So if you do get hit in that chin, you don't get knocked out. You can stay in the fight. You know?
I don't know.
And if you
I'm sure Frank knows this. There's buttons for knockouts. You guys know that. The buttons are each side of the chin and the temples. Those are what we call our buttons. Those are what you want to shoot for. You know?
I mean, the nose is pretty good too, though.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but that's not necessarily going to knock you out, the nose.
No, it's that chin. It's that chin.
It's the chin and it's the temples.
Yeah.
There's a space that rests between the jaw and the skull. It's a really small space. And when you catch compression on that, it pushes it forward, and that's what knocks you out.
Yeah.
This is the button right here. Like a
Have you fellas ever heard the term "I'm a box your ears"?
Yeah.
Ever heard that term?
Say it again.
I'm gonna box your ears.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my grandpa used to say that.
Yeah.
You know,
that hurts. It hurts. It hurts, but
if you get hit in the ear, actually, it's quite painful.
yeah.
You know, but here's the thing, right? Because in life, you have to be willing to pick up an equalizer, okay? Having, grown up in the city of New York, you can't always throw hands in every fight. Sometimes you need to grab a baseball bat. Sometimes you need to pull a knife. Sometimes you need to get a garbage can lid and rip an antenna off a car to fight off a dog. I'm just saying, don't be afraid to use the tools at your disposal, because you can't win every fight, not on equal footing. Sometimes you need an equalizer. We talk about the U.S. military being the greatest military in the world. I was just reading about one of the battles that we had in Vietnam, and it was I think it was from the movie We Were Soldiers. It was one of the first battles there, whatever.
Yeah.
And we sent our infantry in, and it took us 3 days to overcome the battle. And we had air support and we had artillery. So if we didn't have air support and we didn't have artillery, we probably wouldn't have taken that position. We probably would have lost. And the reason we would have lost is because we don't know the terrain. We're not native there. We didn't even have as good, our small arms were not as good as the AK-47 at the time. But fortunately for us, we had an equalizer, which was artillery and air power. So take a lesson in all things. You need to use equalizers. And for us, particularly now, our equalizer is fellowship, because we're coming together with ideas. We're putting all the problems on the table. We're talking about the threat matrix that exists, that surround us. And we're saying, hey, man, are you in agreement? Are you in agreement? Are you in agreement? Okay, great. Now let's make a plan to fix it. We have the opportunity to use this as our equalizer right now, because there will come a time when you will be totally and completely outmatched, and you will have nothing to reach for unless you figure it out now.
Yeah. But a lot of fight or a lot of conflict is solved by your own presence, your own actions, and that stops a lot of the fight. I mean, I know a lot of guys. For me personally, I don't train. I love people who train jiu-jitsu and all that. Myself, I don't do it because I work like 55 hours a week, so I don't have time for any kind of jiu-jitsu. But I do have time for push-ups. I do have time for pull-ups. I do have time to, take care of myself, and I do have time to, look people in the eye and say, you know what, you fuck with me, dude, you're gonna be fucking. Maybe you need to pick another target. I don't know. but it's not going to be a happy day for you if you fuck with me. And I'm not scared to throw a punch. I don't give a fuck, you know. But most guys who know jiu-jitsu and all that, they're not trying to fight people. They're not, because it's not the way for them. You know, most people in martial arts are not. There are some, but you know, they're you know, it's a rarity. Most bums out there trying to start trouble or whatever, they're not looking for people like me. They want an easy target. Don't be the target. I mean, that's just it. I mean, if you want to train jiu-jitsu, awesome. I say awesome, do it. 100%.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? But
that's a good point. If you're out walking the streets, walk with your head up. Look around. Know your surroundings. Don't walk with your head down. Don't slouch your shoulders. Carry yourself strong.
Mhm.
Be strong. You know, and if you're not strong, try to look strong. You know what I mean?
100%. 100%.
Mugging and small robberies and purse snatchers and stuff like that run rampant in cities.
Mm-hmm.
My pro tip for that
absolutely.
is, like, if you can, right, get yourself a nice pair of boots.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Boots up. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, footwear I think is kind of underrated. Yeah.
Yeah.
But footwear really is kind of important, like in many situations, but also I think when you're out on the street, I have a pair of boots that is amazing for when it's raining out here and, you know, you got puddles and tall grass to walk through, but it's also, you know, it adds.
Frank, do you have anything to add about self-defense when it comes to like just everyday on the streets kind of thing?
I like what both you and Anthony said, and Gonzo. You got to present yourself a hard target. You know, living in New York City and operating in that environment, there's always somebody trying to pick a victim. But if you walk with your head up, like you said, you're aware of your surroundings, you know what type of facial expressions and body language to have at the right moment and right time, 99.9% of the time, you're going to have no issue. But if somebody does bring you an issue, your only response needs to be absolute and utter violent action. And you need to be able to determine beforehand when is it appropriate to use violence. Because you cannot be sitting in a police interrogation room saying, what did I do? You need to have predetermined scenarios in your mind so that when you get into those scenarios, you don't question what you did. Officer, the reason that I engaged with that subject was because I feared for my life. Life, limb, and eyesight were in danger. This man was going to attack my wife and my children. This is what he did. This is how I responded. You need to be able to articulate your actions before they happen, because you have to have already moved through that process. This can't be something like nonchalant about it. You know, the people that live in cities know that trouble can come out of left field real quick. What are you going to do if you get caught in a riot right now and they try to take over your car? As you see in some of these civil unrest scenarios, they will try to take over your car, pull you out of the car, hurt you, and even kill you. What are you going to do? Have you contemplated that? I would say to everybody, contemplate the unthinkable so that when it happens, you're like a soldier. I was a soldier for 8 years. We trained for every single scenario so that when we got into that scenario, we can replicate our training. So I would say contemplate the unthinkable in every chance you get. You pull into a shady area in Brooklyn. I'll give you a story real quick. I was down in Charleston, South Carolina. I just got there. I went to this mixer. I came out. You know, I had a blazer on, looked good. And I saw these two young youth going in one direction. As soon as they saw me and my man, they turned around and started following us into a dark parking lot. I said, all right, I see you, and you think I'm a local, and you think I've never been in a situation like this before, but let me tell you what I got for you. And as I started walking to my car, I had a BMW, and I had a trunk that popped open. So I popped the trunk. They were about 15 to 20 meters away from me. I reached into my trunk like if I was grabbing something, and I looked back at them, and I just grilled them dead in their face. And they stopped. And they stopped because they were hawking me. They were following me. That's why they stopped. And then I closed the trunk. I got in my vehicle. I threw it in reverse. I backed up right next to them. and I said, you pick another victim, not me. And I drove away. But I had already been aware of my surroundings. I already knew how to act in that situation. And because I was preemptive in my body language, I had no issue. But as far as they were concerned, I was going to pull out something that was going to interrupt their entire pattern. So I would say to you, from a self-defense perspective, obviously avoid conflict every chance you get. And if you end up in a conflict, you better have an auto-generated response for how you're going to deal with it based on an escalation of force. Because I could not possibly turn around and draw a weapon on these guys yet because I wasn't in immediate danger. But what I could do was present myself as a hard target, as a threat, so that if they did move into my close range proximity, that both of their heads were going to be on the sidewalk. And I would have been able to articulate how that was going to be so. So I would say contemplate the unthinkable, work through it in your head before it happens so that you're prepared at the moment. And I hope that wasn't too harsh, but I think that's the best way to avoid conflict.
That was spot on. You don't have people talking about that anymore.
You know, when I had my conversation with Ivan, it's funny because I was just listening here in the background when I went away for a second, but I asked Ivan a specific question. When is violence necessary? Do you guys remember his response?
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It must have been epic, though. I want to hear it.
When you had enough. When you had enough. I mean, that's plain and simple. Enough. And that goes on both sides. I mean, it really does. Doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right now. When you've had enough, but that's a mindset. That's a mindset.
Right. And I can tell you right now, Ivan will know when he's had enough because he is a man that has explored and discovered all the closed doors of his mind, and they are now open. That guy is brilliant.
Yeah, I just sent him a text that said we're still live, and I sent him a link. So maybe he'll jump on.
I have a question.
Paul, are you familiar with Ivan Throne?
Let me look up a picture real quick. He sounds super familiar.
The 9 Laws. He's the author of The 9 Laws.
Good book.
I am not familiar, no.
Okay. Great book to read. Ivan is a very, very good friend of mine. I respect him. He's a brother. He's a great friend. Since 2018, I remember we had first connected. I don't know if you guys can see a picture. Can you see that? There's me and Ivan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now I'm about 5'7", a little taller maybe. So Ivan's a big boy. But,
he's at least 6'3", huh?
Oh, Ivan's he's a little bigger than that.
And he's probably good too.
Yeah, Ivan's probably, I'm going to guess and say he's probably 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah.
But great guy. I'm hoping he'll jump on. I just sent him a text. So, and
I was gonna ask Paul if being 19 years old, are they teaching young fellas like you how to walk with your girlfriend or a kid or your mom or anybody that would be in need of self-defense? Do they teach y'all how to walk in the street?
Who are you referring to as they? Who's they?
Your parents or your teachers or any type, maybe pastors or anybody that has any sort of like exposure to teaching or a position of teaching. Is anyone out there telling young guys, the new generations, on how to do those things? Or like sitting down and facing the door when you go into an establishment, anything like that?
I don't think so.
my parents weren't necessarily into that, but they did put me into a military program, and I did take mixed martial arts in the military program that I was in.
Right.
And so I guess if you're speaking kind of broadly as like a generational thing, I think you know the answer. It's not really. No.
Yeah, I'm 33 and it was like It was always sort of like the man walks closest to the street. Never sit with your back to the door. Those kind of things. I don't know. I don't think that's being exposed to the young generations at all anymore.
We're kind of more focused on, I mean, lately it just seems like anything that touches base on separating the sexes and making it seem like there's a difference between the two.
Oh,
it seems
yeah.
like culturally that's just not even an area that people go into anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So
I didn't even see it like that, but that's a good point. Yeah. You do that with a woman today or a girl today, she's going to be like, what, you don't think I can fight?
yeah, well, yeah, it's
like that.
I remember in school, because politics is into everything now. We were given this one assignment where there's a list of different questions, and they were mostly social questions. And one of the questions was, do you believe that females should be able to be in a special forces unit, or be able to be in like Navy SEALs or something like that? And I put no. And I remember, and I don't know why they don't do this for like anything else other than like the political assignments. But at the end of the assignment, of course, they're like, okay, let's see who answered yes or no to all the questions, And it's like, okay, this is obviously just going to single me out, but whatever. And it got to that question of, do you think, women should be in special forces or not? And I was the only one that stood up. And I remember there were people like kind of giggling in the crowd, and like people kind of like going, oh, like, I can't believe it. And it's just like, it's just so strange how like, I tried to give my rationality to it.
And was shamed for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was not, and it wasn't just by the teachers, like by my, like, and my friends at the time too. They were also like saying, like, they were also kind of like why do you think like women shouldn't be like allowed to be in special forces units and stuff like that? And I was just sitting there like, I thought this was kind of like agreed upon, kind of just common knowledge, it was kind of bizarre.
Yeah, women have a lot of power, but it's not that kind of power. And the kind of power that they really have, society doesn't want to admit it. And the kind of power that they don't have, they want to assign to them. And vice versa, the kind of power that men have, that's not good, but they want to assign them different kind of powers, to be a good motherly figure, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Someone needs to tell. Yeah, and like guys like us should be telling the younger generations what you've been taught is bullshit. This is it is black and white, young fella. It's not gray. It is black and white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where life should be drawn in these situations, and that's what like I'm glad like I'm inspired by Gonzo and Paul, like these younger guys that get to experience these guys like us. Not to say they have so much value to give too, but they have a way of being able to absorb a lot of this stuff. They're not not seeing this stuff. They're not being taught this kind of stuff personally. Like we were, like I was taught it personally. My grandpa would literally teach me how to fight, how to throw some punches, what to do in a fight. When I was a little guy, 10, 11, 12, up through my teenage years. And so you don't have that anymore. So it's important that that the younger guys still get taught those things. I think it's important. Now,
you know what? We were kind of what you brought up earlier would be called chivalry. Okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody know about the word chivalry, the origin of the word? Now, Gonzo, I want you to fact check this. If I go around the panel right now and say, what is chivalry to you guys? And chivalry is going to say that's going to be basically, how do I put this? Chivalry, when you think of it, it's actually between a man and a woman. And the origin of the word chivalry is actually between a man and a man. In other words, it goes back to the night.
Doesn't it have a isn't it a French connotation based on
Gonzo's fact right now?
Horses or something like that? I don't know.
Wasn't it? I think it was a medieval term between the knights. Yeah.
Knights.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got it. Yeah, it says here. So the definition, there's 3 definitions, and the first one is historical noun, I guess. So it would be knights, noblemen, and horsemen collectively. Then there's the combination of qualities expected of an ideal knight, especially courage, honor, courtesy, justice, and readiness to help the weak. And then courteous behavior, especially that of a man toward women. And then it says here the origin, Middle English, from Old French, from medieval Latin. Let's see here for late Latin, horseman.
Horseman.
Horseman is where it comes from.
Cheval. Cheval.
Nice.
French. Man should know that.
Why is that?
You're from
You're pretty French.
Louisiana. You know, you got more French. You got more French than all of us.
Yeah, yeah. All the streets are named after French words, French names, French people.
Yeah. If you don't know it, maybe you know it subconsciously.
I think I told you guys I found an old book. I've got a couple old books that a friend gave to me. This book is crazy. I don't know if you can see that.
I want to read that. It looks really good.
Yeah.
It is huge. It's about probably 1,400 pages. And so what it is, it's you can pick a topic, and it's all quotations. It's got 115,000 entries, 3,000 authors, 21,000 quotations, and 1,036 topical headings. So I thought it was a real cool book, and it looks like the first printing was 1922. I really can't find on when. I'm looking for. It's usually in the front pages when this book was printed. So
I think that book's like public domain, almost.
Yeah, I'm just usually it says it. Now it says copyright 1922, 1927, and 1940. So I really don't. I'm not seeing an actual print date in this book. But I'm going to guess and say it's going to be the 19. God, I don't know. I'm going to probably say the 1940s.
Well,
Sounds about right. Yeah.
I just fact checked I actually found a copy of this book that has been scanned by the Internet Archive, so you can read it right now.
I actually saw that. It's funny you say that.
Yeah.
I found that. But you can go into, there's so many different topics. Despair, destiny, the devil. Wow, I should go to that. Let me go to that.
Yeah, go to that one.
Yeah, wow.
Fun subject.
Yeah, the devil. Okay, let's see what we got here. I just thought it was an interesting book. Here's another book I got too that they put out, and I thought this was really cool. This is from the 50s.
Goods World Atlas.
Yeah. So a lot of names have changed. So I started looking through this too. So these are kind of one of those books that you know what? While we got books here, I haven't read this book. I've only browsed through it.
Oh yeah.
Do you have that book?
I don't have the physical copy.
Okay.
I got the ebook.
Well, I want to show you something in the book.
Oh yeah, because he got illustrations, didn't he?
Dude, it reminded me of you and your drawings.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did you see that drawing?
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah. I love it.
When I saw that, I'm like, I kind of flipped through it today, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, very cool.
So, but this is my next book. So, Gonzo, while I'm looking for the devil here, tell Frank about your artwork. Frank, I don't know if you know, but Gonzo is an incredible artist. So if you ever need anything commissioned or anything like that, he's got a sketchbook that is just, it's mind-blowing. I'll give you an idea on on my birthday, he doodles while we're streaming.
Wow. That's heavy, brother.
We talked about we talked about music. We talked about the foot is the gout. Down at the bottom, you got the cow eating the cabbage. There's the hat that Gonzo was wearing, which is right there. But it's just, I printed this out and I've got 2 copies and I'm going to frame it. So,
are you making a sketch now?
No, actually, not at the moment. I think what I'm going to do is I'll actually retroactively go back. Anytime I haven't been drawing, I'm going to go back and probably make some stuff because it's fun.
That's cool, man. That's awesome, bro.
Yeah, I'll show you. This is my black book. It's the sort of, these are all done in charcoal, and so some of these I did. Let's see here.
My youngest son is a great artist, man. Wow, that's beautiful stuff, dude. That's awesome.
Let's see if I can. And some of these are just obviously experiments and sort of me just sort of playing around. Some of these I made for videos. So this was in my video, Why You Stop Being a Christian. And I just like to show people the process. But yeah, I just kind of, I just experiment. I just have fun.
Very talented, dude. That's great.
I'm going to add somebody to the screen, and I think it's Jonathan Wallace or Jonathan Mitchell. Okay, we're going to add him in here. Okay, guys, everybody, welcome him. Hey, Jonathan, how you doing tonight?
Good.
What's going on, John?
Hello, Dr. Fauci.
What a memory! There you go.
I'm glad you said that. I have a book I want you guys to not read.
Is it the Bible?
Well, yeah, I would like that one also.
Me, I
but
got
this
my
one,
Bible.
that I would like that, but I'm gonna put it in the light so that you can see it, so that you will never ever read it. Okay. And that's all. That's if I can bring it. If I can bring any message to you guys today, this is the one book I would appreciate you never to read.
Okay.
Where did the towers go?
Okay, I'm gonna not tell nobody.
Okay. And then also, you want to get the author. I don't know if you can see it.
It's a PhD.
No, it's
Judy
yeah.
Wood.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, so please never read this book. It's expensive. You can't get it on Kindle or whatever. You'd have to buy it for it's like $50. And I hope that you will never buy that book and never read it. You can't get it at Walmart. I probably. But anyways, so that's my message. Besides every other message I've said, but this is probably the most important one. So remember, guys, never read this book ever.
All right. I've got
especially Frank. Frank's from New York. I really don't want you to read this. No, don't read it, Frank.
Look, I've got this book, and I am open to now the devil.
Who's Frank?
Okay, so I'm gonna read a couple excerpts from the devil. Okay.
What's up, Jonathan? How are you?
The first one that I found, and all I did was point my finger.
No.
It is in this book. It is entry number 22 in the devil. Devil, my friends, is a woman just now. 'Tis a woman that reigns in hell.
Damn.
Owen Meredith. That's who's made the quote. And Gonzo, it's funny because I know you're thinking the exact same thing I'm thinking right now. Are you or are you not?
Yep, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go down another one.
I want the context for that. That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. That's the first one I looked at. And I'm like, what the? Okay, we'll go to another one. Be sober, be vigilant. because your adversary, the devil, is a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. And that is I Peller. Yeah, I was looking through this book the other day and I'm like, wow, this is, I mean, I've got a book of like, how many quotations? 21,000 quotations.
It's really funny, Tony, is that you just read that quote about the devil. I just found this under corruption. And it says, women know not the whole of their coquetry. I think that's how you pronounce that. Coquetry?
Coquetry.
Coquetry.
The devil will not get this.
Amazing. The greatest miracle of love is the cure of coquetry. That's another one.
Holy shit. Coquetry.
That's a new word. Add that one to your dictionary.
But be careful when you say it in public.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a proponent of coquetry. No. I'll get you a lot of friends.
I'll read one real quick. I haven't read the whole thing. It said, I called the devil and he became. And with wonder his form did I closely scan. He is not ugly, he is not lame, but he is a handsome and charming man. A man in the prince of life is the devil. Obliging, a man of the world and evil, a diplomat too. Well skilled in debate, he talks quite, I guess the word would be glibly, of the church and state. And that is Heine from The Return of Home.
I like that. I found that there's a section on democracy. And there's this quote that I thought was pretty cool. You can never have a revolution in order to establish a democracy. You must have a democracy in order to have a revolution. And that is from G.K. Chesterton.
Well, you just hear that, and it's the devil's in the Bible.
Yeah, I'm just looking at all the entries here on the devil. The king of terrors. Resist the devil and he will flee from you. This one I thought was really interesting. It says, what is got over the devil's back is spewed under his belly.
Can you repeat that again?
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Where is it here? What got over the devil's back is spewed under his belly.
No.
So again, these are quotes from authors.
Hey, Tony, we got a new guest on the stream.
That's a nice dog.
Oh,
Nice dog. What's his name?
Coda.
Dakota. Hey, Dakota.
I got one here that's kind of cool. It says, Satan, so call him now. His former name is beard no more in heaven. It's very interesting to see these old books and just kind of like browse through it here and see what it says.
Oh, what's that? What's that?
It's a fun book. I used to like.
Put it closer. I can't see the name.
This is my book.
Zeus? Chinese.
Y'all can't see that?
Yeah. Well, but say the name anyways.
Zen.
You know the devil's name is in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be
Yeah.
And,
Lucifer,
yeah, his
angel of
name is in
light.
the Bible.
Absolutely, 100%.
I'm kind of smart. Hey Tony, do you know the devil's name is in the Bible?
Yes, it is, and I think it's Lucifer, if I'm correct.
It's a cool little book.
Oh yeah,
Jeff.
Yo, Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee, very nice.
It's got a lot of his writings in here.
I didn't realize he had writings.
Hey man,
What's up?
is that a wax leather hat you're wearing?
Yeah.
That's a cool hat, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a nice one.
Is that a
And
Louisiana
also there's
special?
the TV show called Lucifer.
It is. Yeah.
Shit, I'm gonna have to go down there and get me one of those hats. Definitely.
See, this was Bruce Lee's writing.
Let me see.
Does anybody else have a copy where I can go through this book? Just think of something, and
A subject.
yeah, there's anything from wrongs to Zell to Zephyr to wealth to women. Wow.
Women. Let's dive
Yeah,
right in.
let's dive right into that. Let's go right to women.
I
I'm
found
curious.
a chapter on greatness as well. Let's see. Greatness knows itself. Henry the Fourth.
Are you? You're in the same book?
Yeah, I'm in the same book. I'm looking at like the Internet Archive scan of this.
Henry the Fourth,
Yeah,
not the fifth, but the fourth.
yeah, the fourth. Yeah, IV. Henry IV.
Oh wow! Listen to this one. First one. The first one on a woman. When lovely women stoop to folly, and finds too late that men betray. What charm can soothe her melancholy? What art can wash her guilt away?
Um,
Sounds like it's current.
Yeah.
eh, relevant as ever. Are not great men the models of nations? That's from Lord Lytton or Owen Meredith.
When is the man who has the power and skill to stem the torrent of a woman's will? For if she will, she will. You may be dependent on it, and if she won't, she won't, so there's an end on it. Wow. This is like the rational male.
It's just like-
Rational Mail, first edition.
old school.
That's funny.
Lady, stock and tend your hive. Trifle not at 35. For however we boast and strive, life declines from 35. Yeah, listen to this. He that hopes to thrive must begin by 35.
That's amazing.
So 35 was the true epiphany phase, huh?
It's the wall. In this book,
It's the wall.
yeah,
The wall,
it's,
the wall was pretty generous. I think the walls creeped down some.
wow. Gonzo. Jesse has to hear this. The life of a woman is full of woe, trolling on and on, with breaking heart and tearful eyes. No, Yeah, and tearful eyes, the secrets longing that arise, which this world never satisfies. Some more, some less, but of the whole, not one quite happy, no, not one.
That is, wow. That is perfect.
Pure evil. Pure
Yeah.
evil.
This is an old book.
They knew even back then.
Lesbians.
Lesbians. Well, yeah, that's why I was so blown away when I told Jesse about this. I was like, there was I read that part. I discovered it by accident. There's a part in Ecclesiastes where it says, out of 1,000 men, I found I found one that was upright, and I found no upright woman. That's what it says.
Of all the beasts on earth or in sea, the greatest is a woman. Can you imagine? What the?
What the?
What the?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's truth, man. They were spitting truth back then.
Anthony, what was that book?
Even back
Tony,
then.
I'm gonna dip out of here, my brother.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna take off.
Yeah, if you want to jump back in, we might be on for a bit. So feel free to
Appreciate
jump
being
back
here with you guys.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
We
All you guys.
appreciate you. We'd love
Thanks,
to have
Frank.
you on again, man. We'd love to have you on again.
Yeah,
Hit
thank
me
you,
up, bro.
Frank.
You know where I'm at. Thank you, Anthony. It was good to be with you and Paul. And man, I'm glad we got to connect, of course.
Bye,
Because, you
Frank.
know, Gonzo, Tony, it's always good to see you. And Jonathan, I'm sorry we didn't get to spend more time together, but I'm sure we'll connect on the backside,
Okay.
man. All right, folks. Have a good night.
Okay.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate
Thank
you.
Hi, Frank.
You too.
Hi, Frank.
Yeah. So in the woman chapter, we got a lot here. There's a lot of pages. Wow.
Hey, I was muted.
How
Sorry.
many pages?
Oh,
I'm gonna be calling it a night too, guys.
Okay.
But it was really, really special talking with all of you.
Okay.
Very powerful things going on in these meetings. So, on that note, I will definitely come back anytime you guys do this. And
Okay.
great meeting all of you.
You too,
And
man.
have a fantastic
Okay.
night.
You too. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate
You too,
coming on.
Paul.
cheers, man.
All right,
Take
Paul.
off.
All right.
Peace.
Good luck to you, Paul.
Well, just us then.
I think is it Saturday night after dark?
Is
Yeah.
it after dark? Yeah. Yeah. It's
I think
Dark
getting-
here. Dark everywhere. Once it's dark at my house, it's dark everywhere.
I hear
Where you from, Anthony?
And this is
Uh,
no knock
California.
on women, but a woman finds it much
California.
easier. A woman finds it much easier to do ill than well.
Oh damn. Oh
What?
damn.
I ain't know what the about that.
Well, I'm like, no, like the devil. There wasn't that many pages, but there's a lot of pages for women.
There's a lot of sick roasts in here.
What about men? Do they have a
Snickers.
category of men?
Oh, you know what? Let me fact check that. Let me fact check that. Because there was a chapter on greatness, but let's see if there's one on men. 'Cause that's
Yeah, I'm
a
gonna
good
go back here,
question.
too.
C D E F G H I J K
I was
L.
gonna say, I heard after Saturday Night Live, after dark, Fauci comes out. Dr. Fauci comes on the show.
Not him again.
There is a chapter
Dr.
on
Fauci.
man.
Is it man?
Man, yes.
Man,
And it's
Not
on
man.
it's on page 487 if you want to turn to in your textbook to page 487.
I'm here now. There it is. Man. Yeah. Let each man think himself as an act of God, his mind a thought, his life breath of God.
I love the parallels between
Damn.
man and God. It's so prevalent in the Bible and different things like that. Like it sounds like it's that Same idea with this book. It's interesting.
I got a Bible right there into my bed.
God give us men. A time like this demands strong minds, great hearts, true faith, and ready hands. Men whom lust of office does not kill. Men whom spoils of office cannot buy. Men who possess opinions and a will. Men who love, honor, men who cannot lie.
Well, if you lie, you're good to the devil.
What do you think about that, Anthony?
What do you think about the fight? You know what? After Johnson's comment, it kind of threw me off. I'm sorry. I didn't hear what. I don't recall what was said. Sorry.
I say, if you lie, you go to the devil.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any comment other than what was said. Sorry. I have no commentary on that. Yeah. I guess I'm not that deep. Sorry, guys. I didn't hear the original quote.
There's one here. I flipped the page and I came to silence. And it's funny because this is something that's going to hit Gonzo for sure. We watch the same content. And it simply says, I speak to thee in silence.
Be still and know.
That's it. I mean, plain and simple.
Well, I have a quote on that subject. Those who know do not speak. Those who speak do not know.
That's a good one. That's a real good one.
There's a famous dude who said it. I don't know who it is, but
yeah,
it's the same.
I think Lao Tzu said that.
I think you're right.
I got a quote here. I got a quote here that says, "Speech is great, but silence is greater."
Whoa.
Silence is more eloquent than words.
What is the silent Vader? Like Darth Vader?
Silence is the mother of truth. Stillborn silence, thou that art floodgate of the deeper heart.
This is
That's
one.
a wrestling book, and
I found a bit on love, and it says, "Love is strong as death, jealousy as cruel as the grave."
Mm-hmm.
That is from Song of Solomon.
What's the title of that book, Tony?
It's called
It's the New Cyclopedia. The
New Cyclopedia.
practical code.
What's kind of cool about an old book is that you still have the what do you call this, Gonzo?
yeah, Gonzo.
The
acid pages.
The
Now-
flap. The
Yeah, there's a name for it.
the dust jacket.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Dust jacket. Yeah.
So it's rare that you actually have that. That like when you have an old book that's valuable, that's like one of the most important things is having that on there.
Yeah, I always get those wrapped. You can get, I forget what they're called, but they're like a protector. They're made out of archival plastic and paper. You can have the cover wrapped up in that.
Have a good night. Well, you too.
There's a section on Ireland.
Take it
All
easy,
right.
buddy. That's a good foot. You're straight. Anthony, you're from Los Angeles.
Yes.
I just making sure. There'll be a lot of wildfires going on over there.
That's in Orange County.
I'm an old-fashioned cocksucker, the more traditional kind. The kind of
Where you at?
hurt me.
North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina.
Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. I've been to South Carolina, not North Carolina. I've been near Columbia.
Nearby Charlotte.
You're by Charlotte?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I did my basic training in Fort Jackson, South Carolina.
Get this. This one's deep. I fear God, dear Abner, and I have no other fear. That is from Racing. It's kind of worn away, so I can't really see what that is. But
That's quite. I love old books because it gives you kind of perspective on a different world.
oh yeah, you know there was this was really fun. I found an old book once, and you can find it on. It was scanned on archive.org, but it was I wish I could remember what it was called, but it was a really old, rare book of ancient, like, alternative medicine. And I thought, I was like, this would be really cool. What is, and the language is so old that it's kind of, you have to take a lot of time to sit and try to understand it, because it's very, it's a very different way of communicating back then. But yeah, they called conditions, they would call them distempers, and so people would have distempers. And there was a chapter on baths and a chapter on meat and on food and all that stuff. And I thought it was really interesting because as I was reading it, the first thing it talks about is if you have somebody who's hemorrhaging blood, put them in a cold bath. And these guys were talking about the success that they had putting people in cold baths.
Sorry about that, Tony. We're not by accident.
Not a problem. Go ahead, Gonzo.
Yeah. And then, well, the chapter on food I thought was the most interesting because I wanted to know, what people knew about that back then. And one thing that this dude wrote, this alternative medicine doctor or whatever at the time, he wrote that he noticed that people who ate mostly plants and grains and that sort of thing, they were very weak and they were very feeble, and the people who ate meat were better off. And he also noticed, he warned people of eating grains that did not have the bran on them, because they would feed their children. And of course, they didn't know what vitamins were way back when, but if you stripped the bran from the grain, you would lose all of the vitamins from the bran, and so you would get you'd start to get a disease that sailors got called beriberi. And it describes in the book, they didn't have a name for it, but it was like they knew that if you fed your children that way, then they would become bloated and they'd get very sick. And so they said you have to ferment the grains to eat them and digest them properly. And they had a whole process of how to do it.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
really cool. It was really cool. I loved it.
Did they have something like this? That what they recommended?
I mean, there might have been something about that in there.
I'm not sure Dr. Fauci would agree with that, but fuck that guy, right? Saturday night. He doesn't rule Saturday night. He rules Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday.
He works at the CDC. What does the CDC stand for?
Centers
I
for
don't
Disease
know.
Control.
Or people control.
Center for People
I think
Control.
it's fucking Center for People Control. I think so. Jonathan, are you being controlled by us, by the CDC?
No,
Good.
I'm not going
Good.
to control a virus. That ain't none of my business.
All right.
I want to call it the night.
You want to call it a night?
Yes, for me. It's way past
Okay.
12 o'clock.
Holy shit.
I was
You
you
should come over here.
not did.
We appreciate you coming on, and we hope you have a good night, man. Just get some rest. We'll see you again on the stream. I appreciate you joining in, and I hope that you gain some knowledge and wisdom and insight on a few topics. And yeah, well, there he goes.
Yeah, I think he was here last week.
Yeah, he was. He was live last night with me also. Yeah.
Was he?
I kind of recognized the name. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's good to have him on. He likes to participate. I think it's good for him. So.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, Tony.
Anybody who's watching right now, there's 5, 6 people. Keeps going up and down. I think at the most we had about 10, 12 people in here tonight from my end. So we are now officially in Saturday night live stream after dark. There's a live link in the live chat. So if anybody's watching, wants to join in, just hit that link. You can put your moniker in or your name, either or. You don't have to put your full name. If you have a moniker or a nickname, throw it in there. But yeah, now's the time we'd like to have you come on the live panel for sure.
So Saturday night live after dark, the prerequisites for that is 5 or less viewers. We lose whoever else. The first one that was on here, somebody's got to go, and then Jonathan Mitchell comes on and leaves, and then Anthony's still with us. Those are the.
And after that, it's officially now Saturday night live stream after dark, and I want to say that really starts at about midnight. But I think we had such a great, intense conversation tonight. I think it was great to have Frank on. It was awesome to have Paul on. We've got different perspectives from a pretty wide group of ages here. So I think Paul was an incredible guest. What a I'll throw that to Gonzo too, and to Paul, that it's nice to have educated gentlemen on a stream, and guys who seem very intelligent, for their age, for sure.
Yeah. Young dudes coming up. But yeah, especially Paul, even considering considering being a priest. I mean, holy shit.
Yeah.
To me, that's
a big thing.
I mean, I hope Paul does whatever he's called to do. I mean, I don't want him to be a priest if he doesn't want to be a priest, but man, dude, I mean, that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, he seems like a very studied young guy. Very studied.
Yeah. Maybe a very called young guy, dude.
Yeah.
I wish. I mean, honestly, the world needs good priests. I mean, it does. There's good people in ministry, and if he was willing to make that kind of commitment, and wow, I mean, he's probably the best of all of us. Really.
What's the weather like where you guys are at? Because right now I have my doors open and a window open, and I'm going to guess and say it's probably 60 degrees. So I'm glad I have my beanie on tonight. Oh, wow. Okay.
It's 53 here.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to check, because I'm actually getting a chill here. So, well, it's 59. 59. The low is going to be at 56 degrees tonight, which is It's chilly for where I'm at. I mean, you know.
I'm 58. 58 same. Same, 58.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
because
I've got,
because man is wearing his hat, I gotta wear my hat. I don't have a nice
What's going on with you?
leather hat, but you know, I gotta wear that. Oh, hats are important.
oh,
You know what? A good man has a good hat. A real good man has a good hat. That's important. And
Yeah.
man,
Hey,
you have
your audio's messed up, Anthony. It's messed
Got
up.
destroyed by the train.
yeah, it's the train or the planes or the weed eaters, or I'm not sure if it's the police. There's a lot of crime there.
Peaceful protests.
Yeah, peaceful protest.
No, you know what? Everybody's having fun here. The restaurants are open, the bars are open, and we're having a good time here. And our governor sucks, but our mayor doesn't suck. So, and I'm wearing the world's smallest fucking mask. Can you see it? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, guys. Yeah, it's early here. I mean, I could literally just, you know, I'm just getting tuned up. I could just go right out and have a great time right now. But I'm having a good time with you guys too. So
Take us out.
You know, if I didn't have this goddamn Android phone, I'd take you out of town. I'd show you the world, but I can't because my phone sucks. So according to y'all, so I can't take you anywhere. I couldn't even take you to Trader Joe's to get beer. So, you know, but anyways.
Well, there's a few people watching right now. So if you're watching, hey, you know, don't be bashful. Jump on the live panel here. Talk it out.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter if you're a woman, man. This isn't a woman-hating show by any means. In fact, we welcome women. We'd love to have your insight, your input. So any women watching, just go ahead and jump on.
Hey, Tony.
Click that link. Follow the directions. Put your nickname, moniker, or your name in there, and jump on and chat with us. So we're officially in Saturday night live stream after dark.
You heard it there first. Hey, did we officially lose Carolina?
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that.
I figured it'd be a nice after dark topic.
Yeah. Whatever.
Huh.
You know.
It's okay.
I really have no comment on that. Truthfully, no comment. It's kind of, if you look at my Parler and my Twitter, I have my feed or my header will say, I'm going to read it to you guys real quick. It says, living a solid man's life. No one will take space in my head. I will nothing you. Real American and real base, living the dream in clown world. My feed is satire and reality. Figure it out for yourself. So that's where I'm at. I nothing people. You don't take space in my head. I don't hate you. I don't love you. You are nothing. That's all.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great attitude to have, because when you have that anger towards somebody or you have any type of contempt, all it does is take your own energy. It takes your energy to produce that. And a lot of people thrive off your energy. Because I don't agree with somebody or somebody doesn't agree with me, hey, so be it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to pander to you or to seek your approval. I'm not here to seek anyone's approval. No. I'm here to be me. I keep my friends close and I keep my enemies closer.
Sweet.
You know?
Sweet. Yeah.
And,
well, I just anybody who is tempted to come on to a live stream, I would say if you think it's like talking to a crowd of people, it's not like that. It's totally different. It's like talking to people you already know.
It's like talking
It
to
really is. Your
to
friends,
Anthony
just talking to
Fauci.
your friends. Oh, well, you know, who wants to talk to that motherfucker, but you know, oh, I don't want to talk to him. I want to do something, you know, but yeah, it's not like that. It's not even like talking to famous people. It's just like talking to your friends, just like talking to people you've known all your life.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey, Tony, y'all saw that picture of that buffalo pipe today, huh? That I sent y'all?
Oh
Yeah, that's really cool, man. I like that
I've
a
never
lot.
seen anything like that. Have you?
Ever. Never.
No.
Never. You need to send me a picture of it so I can send it to my brother.
Yeah, I'd like to trace it back to know like what it's worth.
What are the horns made out of?
It's not plastic. I'll have to go look. Let me go get it. I'll be right back.
It's, you know what? It's probably going to be, I mean, if it's ivory, of course, but it's going to probably be like that. I think it's called, if it's an older pipe, I think they call it Bakelite. You ever heard of that, you guys?
That sounds probably.
No? Gonzo, you're a fact checker. Check out Bakelite.
I'll be right back.
yeah, it's Bakelite, definitely. Yeah,
They used to make jewelry out of that.
yeah. Nothing wrong with Bakelite. It's cool. You go to the antiques swap meet, so you're gonna pay a pretty price for that. Yeah. Didn't they make radios out of that crap?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how you actually spell it.
I found Bakelite?
Bakelite. It's probably Bakelite. It probably is. Yeah. That's like a 40,
Am I
50.
saying it right, Anthony? Am I saying it right?
Yeah, Bakelite. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. It's BAKE, I think. BAKELITE.
Bakelite. Yeah, could be. Yeah.
It was the first plastic made from synthetic components.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It is thermosetting phenol formaldehyde resin formed from a condensation reaction of phenol with formaldehyde.
So but they don't have it anymore. Formaldehyde was banned. Except they put it to you when you're dead.
Yeah. It looks like the horn. It looks like the horn.
Man, let's take a good look at it. Hold it up to the camera. I want to see it.
It looks like the horns run all the way through.
Oh, like it's one piece?
Yeah, like it's one piece.
So how old is that pipe?
I don't know. They got an engraving on here that says made in Italy, Italian briar. Other than that, I do not see any more engravings on it at all.
You ought to research it just to see like what the age of something like that is.
It's kind of hard to see the details on this camera of it, but
well, it makes sense. I mean, but really, like matadors are from what, Spain?
Yeah.
So, that's obviously a bull.
Yeah, it's a bull or a buffalo of some sort.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah, you have to research that and see where it came from.
They call us the little shop that I went to today called it an estate pipe, which basically means to him was used pipes that they refurbish.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a lot of really nice, probably $200 pipes there for like $70, $80 that you could buy that were used.
Okay.
I didn't want to spend that kind of money, but he cut me a deal on this one for $20. So I thought that was.
These are the two old pipes my brother gave me. This one, I don't even know what you call it.
A briar?
It's a very old briar.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Gonzo can find some info on that pipe.
And then
that's the one with the clover on it, right?
And then this one. This is a real old one. No, the one with the clover on it is the little mini church warden.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where did your brother get those used or hand me down or?
I think he bought those pipes at a I think it was an estate sale, so they're very, very old. You know? Gave me a couple of them. Yeah,
that's what they call this one.
And you can really tell by the patina. You know, it's funny you say that because I think this one does actually has a little insignia on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool there, Tony. It's pretty cool there, Tony.
I didn't notice that until you said that, and I don't think it's not the same one as this.
Man.
Okay, I think I found some info on this. It's from the 50s, 40s, and 50s.
Wow.
You know, one day, if I show up with a pipe in my mouth and an apple, you guys are going to call me a poser.
Well, I'll tell you what, Anthony, I'm going to call you or email you, text you, send me your address.
I did. You see it? You see it?
Yeah,
I
already have it written down. I've got it written down.
No.
I'll send you this, a brand new pipe kit.
All right. What the? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll put that to use.
It's got a little tamper in it.
Mm-hmm.
TobaccoPipes.com. Yeah.
Yeah. But just remember, guys, if I show up with a pipe and an Apple computer, you can't call me a poser, man. You got to respect me now.
Just start off with one or the other first. Don't show up with both.
Oh, no, yeah, no, of course. I mean, I got to be cool. I'm like, oh, here's a pipe. What? You never...
No,
I smoked the pipe.
I
didn't tell you guys.
Yeah. What you
I'll just say
is you don't say anything to anybody. You just light up your... Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, just come in casual like, what's that? Is your house on fire, Tony? Like, no, I'm just smoking a pipe. Yeah.
Well, guys, since it's after dark, I'm going to have my official shot of peanut butter whiskey. Sip on because I am freezing right now. Freezing.
You're freezing.
Yeah.
Strangely, it's not that cold in here, even though it's so.
Well, the door's open. I have the door open and I have a window open because
I'm outside. Okay. I'm outside and it's like 58.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That's what it is here right now. But I feel your pain. Cheers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got to heat it up. Snake bite medicine there.
I got to try that peanut butter whiskey. I think that's going to be the next thing on my list.
You know, it's my brother cringes when I say peanut butter whiskey. He cringes over peanut butter whiskey.
Not a fan.
Oh, not at all. In fact, when he was here, I always make sure I get him something good. I got him what did I get him? I got him Evan Williams this time. But the last time when he was here last year, he comes and stays for about a week with me before we go to 21. But I got him you guys ever heard of the Devil's Cut, Jim Beam? Yeah. I got the Devil's Cut, and he absolutely loved it. It's 90 proof. From what I understand from bourbon, I think there's maybe there's more than a couple cuts, but the first cut is called the Angel's Cut. And the last cut, which is extracted from the barrel, I believe is what it is. And the bottom of the barrel, the good stuff that has the real smoky flavor, a little bit darker, is the Devil's Cut. But he never had it, and he absolutely loved it.
That's Jim Beam?
Yeah, Jim Beam, Devil's Cut.
I had an old guy tell me in a liquor store that Jim Beam was a highly underrated whiskey. Highly underrated.
Yeah, you know what? There's a documentary. If you guys can search. In fact, Gonzo, you're our fact checker. There's a documentary. I want to call it Oh, I saw it probably 6 months ago, and it's long. I want to say it's 3 hours long, but it's called Bourbon Tucky.
Bourbon Tucky. Here, let's see.
And it during the documentary, it shows a bourbon fire, and I want to say it burned for like a week, and it actually, as the big bourbon vats were busting, there was actually a fire river from the bourbon. Am I right, Bourbon Tucky?
Bourbon Tucky. Here, let's see. IMDb. Let's check it out. We've got. See, I've got. Oh, it's a little bit bright. Damn it. Hang on.
Yeah, the documentary. It's fantastic.
Yeah. That's kind of the Bourbon Tucky.
Yeah. Yep. I would recommend that documentary to anybody to watch.
I got a fireplace over here, just like you, Tony.
What do you got?
Well, it's not as cool as yours, but it's. Can you hear it? I'm not sure you can hear it. Can you hear it? I'm not sure.
Oh, it's a candle.
But it's a special candle. It's a woodwick candle. It sounds like a fire.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. Sounds like a fire. I saw it. Yeah. If anybody watched Tony's video yesterday, he had like this pretty cool, like, I don't even know what you call that thing, but it's kind of like a fire. It's kind of like a fireplace outside.
It's a chimney.
Yeah, chimney.
And the beauty of a chimney is it's about a half-inch thick.
Yeah.
And what it does, it really, really generates heat. When you have an open fire pit, it doesn't. It creates a mass, okay, like a thermal mass, and thermal mass is what generates the heat. So last night I was about 6 foot from the fire, and it was just perfect. It was perfect. Even when it gets cold, you can be within like 4 or 5 feet of that chimney, and the amount of heat that it generates is incredible.
Yeah. Well, this candle doesn't do any of that. But
No.
it sounds good. It sounds good though.
Yeah.
So that's the California version of a chimney of a candle.
Yeah.
So there it is. It sounds great though.
It is. It's nice. I've got like let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got like 6 chairs around my fire pit area. It's just a comfortable, relaxing place. I've got some Adirondack chairs. You guys know what those are, right? And then I've got like a chase lounge. Like after I live streamed last night, I kicked back. I poured me another drink, and actually was dozing off, just hearing the fire popping. Because when I put the pine in there, it'll pop. When I put the oak in there, it'll just burn really hot for a long time without popping, you know. Mm-hmm. But it's something that's really soothing, I think. Like on these cooler nights when I get home from work, especially in like January, what I do is as soon as I come home, I fire up the chimney, and I have an outdoor bathroom shower. And so it's right next to the fire pit. So I just love the smell of the smoke. It's not that I'm feeling the heat, but you know, I take showers outside, even when it's cool, you know?
Yeah.
I shave outside, you know, but it's just something about lighting that fire. It just, last night to me was the real change of seasons. It wasn't actually cold last night. It was probably 68 at the very most.
Yeah.
You know? But sitting next to the fire, I had a t-shirt on, had a cap on, had a beanie on, you know, and so it was very enjoyable. It really is.
There's something about a fire, like you said. There's just something about it.
Yeah, just staring in it, you know.
Love the outside, man.
Just building a fire is like one of the most primal, like masculine things you can do. You know what I mean? Just building a fire.
I mean, this is kind of dark, but have you guys ever read a short story by Jack London called "To Build a Fire"?
Nah, it sounds familiar though.
Yeah, it
About
does.
Yeah, it's about a guy. I don't know. I don't remember how he ends up in this situation, but he's like an expeditioner or something like that. I mean, he's by himself, and he ends up in the situation where there's no one else around, and he's like out in the snow with his dog, and he basically ends up doing whatever it takes to survive with nothing, and he's gonna starve and die out there. But one of the things he does is build a fire, and it's a very brutal sort of story. But Jack London was a very good writer. He kind of captured that.
Survival.
Yeah, he was he was very into that type of stuff.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Jack London was. Yep.
To build a fire.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little video I have, and it's what I did one night is I came home and I had some scraps from work. God, I hope I can find
Yeah, I
this.
think I see a book here. I see a book
how
that
is
we're not
that?
supposed to read.
Do you
No,
know
we're
who
not-
William Faulkner?
William Faulkner. Oh yeah.
The worst review
What's this?
for a book I'd ever heard was As I Lay Dying by William Faulkner. I'm not familiar with his work.
Yeah, I got this book from a used bookshop
Mm-hmm.
not that long ago, and I might have opened it once. It's collective writings, collected stories of William Faulkner.
See, because now remember, you guys are all suggesting books. And I told you a book that you should never read, and remember that. Now I want you guys to remember that, because what I showed you, you should never read it. You do remember that, right? Yeah. No, it's not important, but I'm just telling you, don't read what I showed you a little bit ago.
Read the Great Reset Manual.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not a reset, man. It says something from the past. I don't want you to read it, and that's why I showed you guys, so you won't read it if you come across, because you could stumble on it. Probably very rare to stumble on it, but if you did, I sure as hell wouldn't want you to read it. It would be something terrible to do.
I heard a
Why
gentleman.
is that?
Well, because then you start to think, and
Wait, what's this book? What is this book you talking about?
you shouldn't read it. That's what I'm telling you. You really should not read.
I don't know what book you're telling me not to read though.
How the Towers Fell.
Oh, yeah. Dude, come on. I told you don't say that. Gonzo, don't say that.
Is this like Fight Club?
Please. Pretty much, yes.
Like the first
Well, we're
Just
not
don't
live. We're not live right now, so it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So like that, it's like when we go live, when we go live, look, this is the book I was telling you, but guys, please don't, like, this is the one you don't want to read. Okay. What?
Where did the towers go?
No. So, like, this, it doesn't matter if you can really see it that much, because you don't want to read it anyways, right? It's by Judy Woods. Where did the towers go? Please, it's expensive too, and you can't even get it on a Kindle, so it's a piece of shit, right? In my opinion, it's like $50 freaking bucks. You know, I wouldn't read it. And please, and I hope you don't. I hope you never read this book, because if you read it, well, just don't read it. That's what I'm gonna say. That's if you get anything tonight, what I said, just don't ever read that book. And that's, and Tony, I hope when this does go live, I hope you edit that out, because I don't want that.
No, I'm not editing anything, but I do have. There are some like documentaries and some different videos. Which
No, who cares about that? That's bullshit.
I think there's a lot of videos and things that people should.
I guarantee you that now we got it. But I'm going to tell you right now, you have to edit this out. You can't, when it's live, you can't say this. But I guarantee you, if you read this book, all the other, and it just clears a bell, all the other bullshit, just, I don't even give a fuck. None of that's going to matter. When you read this, it's like, holy fuck. It's like when you saw Kennedy get shot in the head and his head goes back, but they're telling you that he got hit from the back. You're like, what? I just saw a video. But anyways, we don't want to talk about that shit. Anyways, and so basically I've told you what you don't need to read, and that's what we're gonna do. Man, that's fine. Okay, so we're
Back to being
at that point, at hour 3 hours and 49 minutes, just cut that crap out.
I'm gonna tell you guys in fact, anybody wants to join in, I just put a StreamYard link in the chat. You click on that. If you want to come in, it's Saturday night live stream after dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's a video on that you can find, and it travels around, and I'm going to say it slowly, that goes on the internet, and I think everybody should watch this. And I'm not I kind of am a conspiracy theorist, I guess. But the title of the video is Two Girls. No, it's not Two Girls, One Cup. Okay. Okay. I'm joking. I'm joking. It is, and I'm going to say it slow. It's the spinning squirrel. The spinning squirrel.
Am I going to end up on a list for fact checking this?
Yeah, do it.
So what, if I were to look at this video called the spinning squirrel, what would I see?
Well,
what can you give me a little synopsis?
Fact checker's checking it right now.
Okay.
It seems pretty self-explanatory based on the title.
Because I've seen a lot of.
Well,
I've seen a lot of.
Now, what? Just give me Gonzo. Give me without telling me what are you seeing?
Well, I found a documentary.
That's what it is.
Documentary film from 2019 talking about what you are legally not allowed to talk about in some parts of the world.
That's it.
So you mean like the masks don't work?
No, it has to do with the. It has to do with the low cost.
The Holocaustal? Yeah,
the final solution.
The no salute shown. Yeah.
The spinning squirrel.
Yeah, I have to check it out. Yeah, there's some.
The reason I say that is because it's going to be one of those things to where it's up and then it's not up, and then somebody else will put it up, and then it's not up.
Yeah. You got to be careful. Like Tony, one of the sites that your brother George recommended probably 9 months ago was the 22 report, which you can't see on
X22. Yeah, you got it. I listened to it. I was listening to it when I was in the shower. I listen to it every night when it's on.
Great.
The X, the 22 report.
Right. Yes. And yeah. So yeah,
Because
that one
they're no
that
longer
one's awesome.
they're no longer on YouTube.
Correct.
There's
But-
a writer that I'm a fan of, and I wanted to get him for an interview at some point, but you may know him. His name is Clive Barker.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I had no idea because I live under a massive rock. But a few years ago, Clive had a medical like hell that he went through, where he almost died. And what happened was they were doing exploratory dental surgery on him, I guess. And I guess he felt fine for a while, and he was, everything was all good. And he ended up getting septic shock, and he had seizures, and it was terrible. And he ended up, he got carted off to the ER and almost died. And then he was just, I think, being fed through a tube for a while or something like that. And it was just really brutal, all because of this bacteria had festered in his gum line.
Now, Clive Barker is who now?
Clive Barker, yeah. So he's an English writer, and he's most famous for Hellraiser.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, he's a science fiction movie guy. Okay, that's what I thought you were talking about.
And he's a director as well, actually. Yeah, he directed that, and he's a painter. So, but,
hey fellas, I'm gonna sign off and tune in.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Thank y'all. Later.
But
yeah, Hellraiser was a great movie. The original.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorites, and the novella is really good too. But I was like inspired because then Clive later went on to talk about how after all of that, and like you can see there's some photos of him recently. Like he looked like he aged like 30 years in a month. It's insane. He just like withered away, and it was really bad. But he's from what I understand, he's recovered a lot, and next year he has another book coming out. He has a lot that he's working on. But he gave praise for this documentary called Root Cause.
Okay.
And it's a documentary about the the unspoken medical dangers of these dental procedures that a lot of people get. And of course, Clive had a lot to say about that because it happened to him, but the documentary just covers kind of just a lot of stuff that people don't really talk about, just how when you get fillings and you get your root canals and your implants and all this stuff, just everything that can go wrong, and you can have pretty serious long-term health consequences because of it.
Well, one of the things is, it's funny you say that you can't talk about things, but because now you can't even have a conversation about the conversation.
Yep. Yeah, we're like 2 deviations out now.
Yeah.
And this documentary was on Netflix, I guess, and it got banned. Netflix dropped it. They're like, nope. And it's getting pulled a bunch of places, but
it's no problem to have cuties on there.
Yeah, exactly. So can't have the truth, but we'll give you some, I don't know, some, what would you call that? Some pedophilia fodder.
Sure.
So
yeah, I mean that's
child exploitation.
Yeah, I mean, but we go back into, we can dive down the rabbit hole of that when we talk about P G 8.
Yes.
I mean, that's a whole nother. Boy, that's a deep rabbit hole too.
That's a very deep one. And then there was a more recently I heard Lex Jones talking about that weird thing that happened this year with the freaking, what was it? It was like furniture and like cabinets and stuff that they were selling. I think it's like Wayfair something. It's pretty crazy. I don't know what the status is on that. I don't know if it's been confirmed or.
Yeah, if you've seen the movie Out of Shadows, have you seen that movie yet?
I have not. I will fact check.
It was on YouTube. One of the best documentaries.
I love documentaries. Let's see here. Oh wait. Okay, 2010. I think this is it. Yeah. There we go. Out of Shadows, 2010 documentary.
No, it's not 2010. This one's not even a year old. Maybe it's Out of the.
Out of the. Oh, see, now that. In the Shadows. There's a lot of similar titled things. Let's see. Similarly titled. Yeah, Out of the Shadows is a documentary about layer examination of paintings by famous artists.
No, that's definitely not it. Let me search it here. You know what? You know where I'm gonna search it is on YouTube. Out of the Shadows.
I think I found it.
Documentary. Yeah, 2020.
Yeah, I think I found it. It's like right here. It's like, what is it? An hour, 17 minutes?
Yeah, 2020. Got to watch it. Have to watch it. Everybody has to watch that.
I love that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely that kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen that, watch Out of the Shadows. There he is.
Yeah, the shadow. Oh, sorry. It's live? Jesus, man.
Anthony's dwelling in the shadows.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had to do something. Well, I can't say what it was, but whatever it was, it did need to be seen on video, for sure. Yeah, so...
ones that I think... has anybody seen Cernovich's Hoaxed?
No.
No, Mike Cernovich. You know who Mike Cernovich is?
Yeah.
I know Mike Cernovich.
I believe Stefan Mo E New is in that also.
Oh,
yeah, so, Stefan, I don't know the rest of his name. I like him, but honestly, like when you watch a lot of his videos, it's like you're constantly saying to yourself, "Can we get to the goddamn point?" Whatever the fuck it is, I mean, I like the guy. I like his accent, but a lot of times it's like, "Fuck, dude." It's like watching Alex Jones. It's like, get to the goddamn point, dude. Why do we have to fucking talk about this for?
It's not
for
that.
2 hours?
It's that he's a philosopher, and a philosopher is going to me, he's one of the smartest guys on the planet.
He breaks stuff down.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he does. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't do that. Yes, he does. But it's just like, I guess I can't say I don't like him, but it's just like, I guess you gotta know that about him when you go into it, because you're looking at something for information, and you get a lot of philosophy.
Yeah,
Like,
but you got to understand, a guy like that is truly on another level. But I feel that he's able to communicate with, with guys like us.
yeah,
I spend hours listening to him.
yeah.
Now, just because, let's get this straight. Just because you listen to someone doesn't mean that they're correct, or you agree with them or align with them.
Yeah,
that's
But
true.
if you don't listen to, it's kind of like what Ivan says: when the talking stops, the shooting starts. And so when people can discuss, and let me tell you, one of my most hated phrases, I do not like this phrase. Well, we agreed to disagree. That really rubs me the wrong way. We agreed to disagree. I hate that. I hate that phrase. I hate that saying.
yeah.
What do you think it really means?
Well, to me, it's almost like you're kind of raising a white flag.
It's a cop out.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's a cop.
It's like I don't like you fucking my wife, but I'm not gonna fight you over it.
No, that's just called a cuck.
Well, that's how I would interpret it. But
Yeah,
okay,
that's just a cuck. That's all that is. So let's
we
get that
agree.
right. Yeah,
we agree to disagree. Well, I don't know that. I don't even know that we agree on that. I don't know that we agree to disagree because I might not disagree with you if you can make your fucking point, but if you can't, then no. I just fucking disagree with you, and there's no agreeing with you at all. So you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, but how do you take somebody who is stuck on their beliefs, their ideology, and
which is most of us, really.
Well, yeah, right? in a way, but I don't preach to somebody to get them to believe my thought process, my way of thinking. I think everybody truly knows in their heart what's right, what's wrong, what's good, what's evil. Plain and simple.
But they probably do not. If they're dishonest, they don't admit that. They won't. They gotta hide their bullshit.
I mean,
they have to. And that's the thing. It's like you think, well, you're having an honest conversation with somebody. Fuck, you're not having they're if it's a compromised person, which we're all compromised in some ways, but some of these fuckers are just totally compromised, and you can't have an honest conversation with them. And so I don't even know. You can have a conversation with them, but you're just going to hear a bunch of bullshit,
Don, you were going to say something?
Well, I was just thinking about it because I was, I was in a relationship for about 7 years that got pretty gnarly, and toward the end of that, I remember an interaction that it's always stuck with me. But I remember I said something along the lines of, I don't even remember what the context was, but I said something like, it was like great power comes, with great power comes great responsibility, or something like that. Use your powers for good and not evil. And she said something like, but I like being evil. And I think that it's rare that you'll have somebody straight up say it, but it's kind of a dark truth. It's very uncomfortable, but there are some people who love being evil, and they know that they're evil, but they love it.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think it's well, in this context, I think it's kind of entertainment. It's like I can pit people against each other, get people angry at each other, and get people fighting, and watch the explosion, watch the light show as it all burns down.
Yeah, how else could you explain politicians? How else could you? Yeah, there's no reason.
I think that's more of a power thing, politicians.
Yeah.
It's power.
Well, I mean, but using your power, and you know it's going to hurt people, and
yeah, but
why would you do it? You know, if you know
it works is once you have money, what else is there after money? It's power,
sex.
Yeah.
But these are all base things. But I'm just like, but you know, like politicians, like say in California. I mean, basically most politicians, they're just ignored. You don't even know they're there until they do something stupid, like Gavin Newsom. You know, yeah. I mean, you know, or Fauci. He's not even a politician. He's just a guy who says, "Don't wear a mask. Wear a mask." He gets credited with, I guess, stopping AIDS. I don't know. Who the hell knows if that's true or not? I mean, who knows even what the hell he's ever done in life? You know. But you know, I mean, and you know, some of these people, I think, like a Dr. Fauci, he just wants to be liked by people, you know, and he probably figures, hey, if I tell people to wear a mask, I mean, who the fuck cares? I mean, it doesn't work, but everybody's gonna feel good, so what's the deal, you know? Doesn't hurt anybody. I mean, but you know, yeah, most of but then you got the ones that are evil. They're just corrupt or whatever, and but they want to be. You know, it's like you don't have to be corrupt. You can just do good things for people, and you'll get elected if you just. But most of these fuckers are just lazy and stupid, and you know, in reality, that's who they are. They're just dumb, stupid. No one liked them growing up. Maybe they're taking on the world. I don't know. You know, but.
No, I think it's way deeper than that. You know, I mean, think of being a politician. I mean, think of running for public office. I think that there are a lot of people, probably the people lower on the card are the people that you actually would want in office. You know, but
yeah.
Who wants to take that on? Who wants to take on the system? Who wants to take on, you know? I mean,
it's hard. I mean,
we're just so divided right now. You know.
Well, I mean, you know, and the truth is that you know a lot of people just like wherever they get their, you know, a lot of people are plugged into the news, or like if you Google anything, it's going to be like Orange Man bad. That's pretty much that's the scenario. Orange Man bad. You know, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. But it's just like, well, so what are you going to, you know, most people just, you know, they either watch the news or they Google something and they say, oh, Orange Man's bad. But they don't, you know, they're not having their own thoughts. And, you know, so you got to give them some kind of a break because, you know, they have to see.
Well, we'll go back to where your thoughts are not your own.
No, they aren't. No.
I mean, you have to.
You choose your source, but you can't choose your thoughts.
Well, you can choose your thoughts. Yeah, you can.
Well,
but
you sort of can.
You can't live in your thoughts is the problem.
Hold every thought captive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I say, you know, you have. It depends where you get your source from, but like I say, you know, most people don't think about politics that much at all.
I don't care who you are, but when you're consuming too much social media, you're consuming too much news. I don't care which of the major news stations it is.
Yeah.
When you're consuming too much of that, you're being programmed, is what it is.
Yes,
And that's the
you
bottom.
are. Yeah, even Tony, even music.
But
even music.
How are you going to get your information? How are you going to being things that are censored, and how are you going to get your information? How do you know what's going to discern right, what's wrong, what's good, what's evil? And to me, again, I think it's inherent in all of us. We all know what's right and what's wrong, and that's the battle. That's the battle that people have.
Yeah. If we could all live in silence, then we would come to probably a better conclusion. But we don't. I mean, if most of us. I mean, I personally, I'm not a big fan of music of any kind because it programs you. Just like, I mean, I don't watch the news. I don't look at Google for my fucking news or for anything, But I see it. But I have, But all this shit programs you, and you can't. Like say even music. Even music. You can listen to any kind of fucking music. I mean, and it programs you. I hate to even go into go into a store and it's like some music is playing. It's like, and then of course you walk out of the store and you're thinking about whatever stupid song that was, but it does program you. And if it's negative, if it's some bullshit,
Yeah, but that's called an earworm.
Well, but you think about dudes that they listen to like say hardcore rap music all the time. What the fuck are they gonna think? They're totally programmed to think that the world's against them. The man's against them. They're fucked. They can't. There's nothing they can do. They're just fucked. They're just fodder for They're bullet fodder. They're screwed, and that's how they live. And they even I see guys on the freaking train just like that's how they're self-rapping to that shit. It's like, dude, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Why the fuck you listen to that shit? You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. I mean, in fact, you got an advantage. I mean, you're a minority. They'll fucking do somersaults to let you do whatever the fuck you want, but you think you're screwed, but that's that's the programming that's pumped into them, just like me today. I'm like, someone told me like, oh, they're closing the whole fucking state down, blah 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 blah, and I drive back to Pasadena, and no, it's not the truth. Well, because that's just a general whatever, but it's not true for my area.
Well, you know what, Anthony, I think we all talked about this before. We go onto a television. Everybody watches television.
I don't.
Well, let's break down the word television. Tell a vision.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they're telling you a vision, what they want you to see. What do you go to when you're on the television? You go to channels. So the television now is channeling you. You can call this a conspiracy theory, whatever.
No, I agree. I 100% agree with you.
What do people say? That's my favorite program. Programming. So television, channels, and programming.
That's exactly what it is. It's the
one
truth.
Of those things, it's one of those things that's hiding in plain sight.
It's the truth beyond the lie.
Everybody needs to watch that movie, They Live.
Yeah. Great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Permanently on my DVR.
Yeah. Or just the Matrix.
Or the Matrix.
You can't be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it. And I think more people are seeing it now. I mean, it's a total shitstorm every fucking, I mean.
Well, we go Matrix, then we start talking about pills. You know, the red pill.
Yeah, well, you can, I mean, that's where it comes from.
The red
That's
pill.
where it comes from.
The
Yeah.
red pill is an awakening. I mean, it's a mind process. Red pill has become mainstream. To me,
Yes.
we talked about this before. Red pill, to me, was something else that really had to deal with opening your eyes to sexual dynamics, which is the issue is that with the red pill, whether it be politics, life, relationships, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Right.
That's when you go back into what's called a blue pill mentality. A blue pill mentality. It's even worse if, let's say, you're just a blue pill person. You're living in the matrix. So when you do see what's going on, it's actually almost worse for somebody, because now you are happy with that blue pill lifestyle, but once you've seen the red pill, you can't unsee things that you don't want to see anymore. And that's when you get into the color mesh of blue and red becomes a purple pill person, which really means somebody who has seen reality, but they still want to live. They've basically got one foot in the red pill reality, and they still want that blue pill lifestyle.
They embrace
Denial.
it.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're not in denial. They embrace it. They know that it's real, but they're taking advantage of people who can't see. And that's basically, I mean, I don't know if that's all politicians, but I assume that, a lot of, I forget the teacher. He was teacher of the year for like a couple of years. He taught in
I'm going to throw this out there and say
York.
Anthony's not happy with the politicians.
What's that? Oh,
I'm going to throw it out there and say Anthony's not very happy because he keeps going back to these politicians.
No, I'm not even talking about. There was a teacher. There was a teacher.
Straight to the top.
There was a teacher.
This is the issue we have with politicians. Politicians are supposed to be representative of us. And that's a big turn that we've had, we'll say, in the past, 75 years, 100 years, where a politician that worked for the people is no longer that anymore. A politician is somebody who's working for themselves. How can a politician, I mean, let's get real. A politician, let's say the guy becomes a senator, congressman. The guy's making what do they make? $250 a year? And they all leave as millionaires.
Yeah.
Why let's slow it down, Anthony. How is that possible? Gonzo, how is that possible?
Well, you have inside knowledge. You know things. You know what you're going to do. You're pulling some strings.
It's a lot more simple than that.
I mean, I think the principle, the way you get elected, it's really easy to become a politician in these days because all you have to do is just offer people free shit.
Yeah.
Say, I'm going to give you all the free shit that you want. And then that's how you get voted in. They're like, wow, I love free shit. Okay, yep. You got my vote.
Well, I think that was pre all this bullshit, and I think you're right. That is part of it. That's part of it.
$50,000 a year.
Oh no, no, I agree. I mean,
after 8 years, 10 years, 15 years, how are they worth $5 million?
Right. I mean, obviously, if you work in government, you know shit that other people don't know.
Yeah.
And
So
people can give you shit.
Simple things like insider trading. They all have funds and what do you call them? Not corporations. foundations.
Yeah. I mean, people can give you information, or they can give, they can make it, they can push money your way, no problem. Because you have power because you have power over things. Yeah, of course, yes. But I don't even remember my freaking point on it, but anything. But what I was saying was what I was originally saying was there's a teacher. He was teacher of the year like years ago, and I forget the guy's name. But he basically broke down what they teach in elite private schools, and some of the, most of these people that go to these private schools are become go into government, and they're heads of companies and all this. And it's not so much that what they taught those kids is not what we teach our kids, or not what your kids will be taught in school. And it's things like independent thought and all this kind of crap that most people don't have. Most people don't have independent thought and a lot of critical thinking and stuff like that. I mean, we three probably do more than a lot, but it's not normal for most people. I mean, I can tell you, I keep complaining every time I come on here. You probably get sick of it.
Right, but
there's true believers walking all over the fucking place.
What does this have to do with a politician making money? That's what I want to know.
Well, it's just the whole thing is that they, the politician, you see these people, these politicians, and you think, well, they're just dumbasses that blah 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 blah. No, but they know the inside game. That's what I'm saying. They know the inside game.
They're just privy to information that we don't have. That's all.
Exactly. I'm 100%. Yes, they do. Well, they have information that most people don't have. We may have some of that, but between the three of us, we might have it. But the general population does not have that information. It's not seeking that information. It's watching the fucking news and Facebook.
You're getting off the point. I mean, information to make money. That's what I'm talking about. Information to increase your wealth, increase your, and again, then we get back again, politicians. Once they have the money, what's after the money? What's after Bill Gates? What's after Jeff Bezos? What? No. Wait, just hold up. I'm not done. What more do they have? What more do you seek after you have 10 billion, $100 billion? What more do you seek? You seek power. Mm-hmm. You seek control.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that people seek. What's left after that? You're not going to buy your way into heaven.
Nope.
No. Well, they think they might. They think they might. Well, they hope that there's no God. That's what they're betting on. That's the bet.
Gonzo, go ahead, man. I want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking about it because it's... I mean, when you... It makes me think of like Alan Watts, right? Because I remember there was something that Alan Watts said about, and I thought this was pretty profound, but basically he was debunking atheism. And he says that basically all the world's philosophies and all the world's views are like, it's like a gambling table. And basically, no matter what you believe in, you're placing a bet on something. And so a lot of people, like, I think, what we're seeing with politicians right now is that they're betting on themselves, and they they get their wealth, and they basically just want to be God, because like what else would you want to do? What else could you have beyond that? So, because you get bored. You get bored if you have all this money. and you can have anything you want, basically. Like, imagine how miserable somebody like Bill Gates has got to be. Like, I imagine that he's pretty miserable in that he has to cope with the fact that he can basically have everything he needs. He doesn't even have to work, and of course that's why he's still working, is because he's distracting himself. He's keeping himself occupied. He's trying to distract himself from the pain that he's feeling inside. I feel like a lot of these guys are just absolutely tortured. So yeah, I don't know. That's the reality of it.
I mean, you think of somebody giving you, or you having $100 billion or $50 billion. You have the cars, you have the houses all over the world. You've worked so hard. You've been driven to that point. What's left? And I don't look down upon anybody that has success at all in any way. In fact, I think, capitalism is cool. I think it's great. I think somebody that built an incredible business, I think that's great for them. But again, I think you're reaching for power after you've hit a level of success in your life. The money is no longer valuable. It's the power that comes valuable to you. And that's where we get to politicians. You have the money. Why would you want to spend time in office when you could travel the world? But they want to be, I think it's power. Power is what it's all about.
Power corrupts.
Yeah.
Have you seen that episode of The Fallen State with John McAfee?
No, I haven't, and I will watch that. Yeah,
it's a really good one because yeah, like, let me tell you, like, John McAfee, I mean, he struck out. He got all the money he wanted, and he could basically do whatever he wanted. And he says he drinks, was it like I can't remember what it was. It was like 2 quarts of hard liquor a day or something like that.
Wow.
And
it's kind of like Star Wars, but not as technological.
But yeah, and he smokes like 3 packs of cigarettes a day or something, and he's sitting up there and he's talking and he's like, "Oh, I'm a free man." He's telling Jesse, he's like, "I'm a free man, and I could quit any day I wanted." And you can just tell looking at that guy, like, that guy is in hell.
I can quit any day I wanted. I just don't want to.
I
Right?
just don't want it. Yeah, exactly. I'm not addicted.
And he would just say, "Why would I want to quit?"
Yeah. He literally said, he's like, when I do this, like, well, when I built McAfee Associates, I was doing this, and I'm smoother this way, and I can love better, and I'm just like, oh man. I think that's the sign that there's something wrong, that exact language you're using. But that's the sad thing. That is him, like, coping with the thoughts and with the limitlessness, I guess. Coping with and I mean, I guess it's also, I mean, he got himself involved with a bunch of bullshit as well, so I think he's being chased by the IRS and stuff, but
so
can you think of one billionaire? I can think of one that I think, actually 2. I can think of 2 billionaires that I think that bring bring good to our planet, good to our lives. And the first one would be Elon Musk.
Yeah.
The second one would be Richard Branson or Brannon.
Hell yeah.
And those two come to mind because those two guys seem to take their wealth, their power, and put it to good use.
And they work like motherfuckers.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but you know, when you think of like billionaires, you think of you know, I think of like Gates and things like that, and I'm like, yeah, you know.
Yeah, fuck that guy, man. But this is not live, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna add Nicole to the stream. I'm not who she is, but we're gonna add her in here.
Cool. I was just gonna say that the Gates thing wasn't live, right? So we're just gonna ignore that.
Hang on.
Yeah, I see Nicole.
Hey, Nicole.
Your mic's off.
Yeah, your mic's off, Nicole. Unmute mic. Can't unmute because you're guest. Nicole, there you go.
Well, there that I unmuted it. How are you guys doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Where are you from?
Good. Maryland, the bluest state in the world.
Okay.
Gee, goodness gracious. Wow.
I know.
It's almost like California, except.
How did you find my stream? Curious.
I just looked up Saturday. Looked up Saturday. Look, I'm a huge Trumper. I'm sorry if you guys aren't, but I'm a huge Trumper.
No, we're not at all.
No, we oh my goodness, you know.
Absolutely.
I just want to hear everybody's opinion. I'm a big fan of hearing everybody's opinion.
Tony, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that hat?
I thought
Where to get my humbug at?
No, I say Tony. Look at Tony. Look at what Tony's hat is. Where'd you get that? Oh my goodness, you closet Trumper! I didn't even know.
Oh, great! This is awesome! Awesome!
Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Tony has a American flag behind him. Oh my goodness!
Nicole, I'm gonna say that you found the right channel. Let's just say
Thanks. That's awesome. I'm glad I found a new home.
Uh-huh.
Oh my goodness! Yes.
We got me. I'm from Florida. We got Gonzo is in Texas. We got Anthony is in California, and you are
I'm in lockdown.
So.
I'm
in lockdown.
I'm from the worst. I'm sorry. I'm from the worst. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. Don't
wait.
be ashamed.
We got a question. We got a question that came in the live stream. So can we answer this for the Gunder Muffin?
A straight 21-year-old male. Is it weird that I haven't kissed a girl yet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Even if you just like falling down and like your lips hit her foot, would be weird. I mean, just by random chance. Have you ever kissed your mom? Come on, guy. The hell.
Yeah, but let's dissect this a little.
Yeah.
This is a great rabbit hole. This is a great rabbit hole. Let's attack this one. Let's attack it rationally. No, I don't think it's weird. I think it depends on your circumstances, your religious beliefs, I think there's a lot of variables that that can apply to this. Gonzo?
Yeah, I think if you're, I don't know, like, I think of people who are, because I know some young people who are super industrious and they're super into, like, they want to make their own business and they're already just like, they're just trying to be ahead of the game. And so I think when you're in that position and you're not the type of guy who likes to go to bars and, I don't know, like you're focused on your own thing, then I think it's kind of, or, whatever. You're trying to build yourself up first before you even get there. So I don't think it's weird. I think it's not for everybody Not everybody's going to have that experience, but I don't think that it's a weird thing or a bad thing inherently.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
I don't know where you live. I mean, if you live in Alaska or something, okay.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on your context, dude. Because, but I mean, but even if it is weird, do you want to? That's the main thing. Do you want to? And go get it. You know? Do you want to do it?
Yeah.
That's the main thing. Do you want to? Because if you don't, well, okay, then there's your answer. Not that hard. It's not that hard.
I'll chime in a little bit. Now I'm just gonna say, I don't know anybody who hasn't kissed a girl at 21. However, if you, like they said, like Gonzo said, you know, if it's a religious thing, you don't want to kiss a girl, you know, you're Mormon or maybe super Catholic. I don't know, but
Hey.
I don't personally think that kissing your girl is a bad thing. Maybe just, you know, just try it. If maybe you don't want to kiss a girl. Maybe you don't want to kiss a girl.
Yeah.
Maybe that's your thing. Sorry, that's all I have to say.
No, that's good. That's good. I mean, 21, I think, is
a little long in the tooth.
You're definitely not old. You're not young.
Well, for kissing you are.
Well, it depends. I mean, you know, again, we can. It all depends on, you know, context and situation and circumstances. So.
Well, can I just say this? If he doesn't kiss a girl by 22, the world isn't gonna fucking end. But it's a little weird. That's all. The world's not gonna end. It's not the foundation of the earth is not gonna crumble, but it's a little bit weird.
Where is Grunder Muffin? And you know what? I'll come find you, Grunder Muffin. If you really want to kiss a girl, you can kiss me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's the attitude we want.
There you go. There you go. I'll get it. There you go. Hell, I'll get it. Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm trying to think the first time I kissed a girl.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I would say this too.
Yeah, that's a good one. When did you guys kiss your first girlfriend or girl?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
All right, who's going to start?
Well,
1776.
I'm going to say probably 10 or 11.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I did kiss a girl when I was real young, but I don't remember it. But when I meant it, probably about I think I was 16 and she was 13. Yeah. When I meant it.
Did you say when you meant it?
You meant it.
Yeah, you know, because there's a picture of me when I was a little kid, like 5, and I kissed the neighbor girl, and she was like 5, you know. But that is, I mean, we don't. I mean, our probably our parents are, you know.
No, because there's pictures of me when I was 5. Being kissed by the altar boys that were at a wedding or whatever, the ring bearers. So I didn't want that kiss. I didn't want that kiss at 5 years old, but I got it. They got a cute picture.
Right.
Actually, it's a very cute picture. The ring bearer and you know, it's a cute picture, but I didn't want to kiss them. I'll agree.
You can't count that. Can't count that.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
I think that Gunder Muffin is saying like a sensual kiss, not like a two.
Yeah, but like the kiss I got when I was 16, kissing my potential girlfriend that she was 13, I was 16 or something like that. That was a real deal, man. That was lightning.
I can't believe you would kiss a girl that's 13 when you're 16.
No, you should have seen her. You'd have kissed more than her lips. I just didn't have the courage, you know.
I think Gunder Muffin. I think what Gunder Muffin is talking about, like, you know, a kiss. I think you get, you know. I think
lightning.
As a male, there's a certain point when, you know, kissing a girl equals a boner. I mean, let's get real. That's kind of what he's talking about. You know, I don't think he's talking about, you know.
Well, come on, man. Wake the hell up. You know? Hey, if you come on down, and I'll fuck, dude. Come on, man. I mean, the world's got bigger fucking problems than that. Come on. I mean, holy shit, dude. Kiss a girl. I don't even care if you like her. Hell, do more than that.
I don't even care.
I mean, hell, gee, get over that. Jesus, man. Holy shit.
Warn you, just be careful.
Wait. I'm not sure what this means. An anti-natalist.
Natalist.
You know what that is?
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, he says against having children, but usually it's against having children to the extreme. Like, having children is an evil thing. It's a bad.
Well, you're doing a good job.
Philosophically, yeah. You know.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. Well, right, you know what?
Really good job.
Press on, sir, because you're doing a freaking great job.
I mean, let's get real here. You don't have to kiss a girl to make a baby.
No, you don't. But that
doesn't have anything to do with kissing.
No, it doesn't.
It's the least of your worries at that point.
Yeah,
it's easy to start. But if you don't want to have kids, then dude, carry on. What the hell do you worry about kissing a girl?
I mean, in this case, Jesus. I have some really sage advice for Gunder Muffin.
Wait, is that the same guy saying that?
Yeah.
Oh,
like, why the hell does he give a shit then?
I'm not a big fan of having kids either.
No, but he's on the.
I'm just very confused with this guy. I think he might be gay. Sorry.
I think he just doesn't like any.
We can't say that. I don't know if we can say that or not. I apologize if I'm not allowed to say that on your stream.
You can say whatever you want here. Yeah.
I think he just doesn't want. Who the hell knows? I think he just wants to tell everybody that he doesn't want to kiss women. I don't know.
Well, I
why would you say that?
I think he's asking a genuine question.
I think maybe he's gay. I think maybe he's gay, and you know what? That's for some people.
I don't know.
Well, Gunder Muffin, he was gay. I think you might be on the right track, because let's just say, like, you don't know what's going to happen in your life. You could just meet somebody one day and it'll happen, and then the next day you'll wake up in your worst nightmare and realize that you got married and you had like 5 kids in your sleep. It happens. It happens quickly. So
and you're happy.
Exactly. So, you know.
I'm wrong with having 5 kids, man, or whatever amount of kids. But yeah. I don't know. Once you're 21, like, holy crap, man. Yeah.
Just don't worry about it. That's my advice. Just don't worry about it.
I gotta agree with you. Agree with you there. Don't worry about it. I think it's.
He's way too young. Way too young.
It's something. It's something that happened.
I don't think he's way too young. I think he's just not interested in.
21. You're way too young to think about kids. You're way too young to. Well, he's not way too young to have a kiss. He should have already had a kiss. I'm sorry, dude. You need to have a kiss by now, but you don't need kids by now. That's what I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he doesn't want that kiss. I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's where we're going to disagree. But I don't think there's no being too young.
Isn't there a guy procedure? Isn't there a guy procedure that makes sure you don't have kids?
We're talking about a question that's harder to deal with in a world fucking peace. Really, the guy who's 21 has never kissed a girl.
Anthony,
I was like, holy fuck.
You're going completely.
Yeah, but I mean, if he doesn't want to have kids and he's never kissed a girl, then there's probably no reason for him to have, what's it called, a vasectomy? There's no reason for him to do any of that stuff. So, but if he doesn't want to have kids, he should do a vasectomy. But if you're not kissing people, he's probably not also doing anything better.
No,
Better in quotation.
yeah,
Because it's
I'm
definitely better.
I'm totally unqualified to answer this question. I'm sorry, I don't understand.
You're not tall enough to ride this ride.
I'm not.
I like you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome.
Well,
Well,
awesome.
officially Saturday night live stream after dark.
After dark.
Are we going into overtime?
Yeah, we are.
Wait, we get paid for this?
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
Hell yeah, we do.
You get 3 bars of tactical soap.
Oh yeah.
Is that your
And
sponsor?
Nicole,
All you guys are going to get soap for Christmas. So
and Nicole, if you shower with that tactical soap, you're gonna get like armor on your arms. You know what I mean? It's gonna be like a callus. So if anybody hits you on your arms, then it's not gonna affect you.
Awesome. I'll let
Yeah,
my dad
fine.
know I'm safe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you can walk out no matter what. Walk out in the middle of the night, people approach you, well, mess you up. No, you ain't. Go ahead, hit me.
I mean, I do have my guns. No.
Oh,
And my actual guns, but
no, those are better. Those are better. See,
just like
Nicole's
I'm not
smoking.
allowed to carry them in Maryland. So
course not.
you're from commie California too, so you understand you can't carry. It's bullshit.
How dare you? You're insulting my governor, who we love, and we will
Do
never.
you like Newsom?
Of course, I love him. He's our leader. I would never hate him. I don't even have a paperwork to recall him, and I think you know that. Even
Awesome.
though you may have seen that in a prior video that should be banned. This is not a recall.
Nice. I love it. This is awesome. You guys are so
Anthony's the only one
high-energy.
that
I love it.
Anthony's the
it.
only one that carries a clipboard with him.
Well, your brother carries a clipboard too. He's a clipboard guy. He taught me to do that.
Okay, hang on one second.
Ooh.
Hang on. We got a comment here. We got to get this up.
All right.
My philosophy, I don't like the idea of marriage. If you're lonely, just get a dog. If you're horny, wank one out. Whatever you do, just don't mix the two.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna give him that one. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that.
Don't mix the two.
Yeah, those two we definitely don't want to mix.
No.
No.
I don't
mix
know. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah, you know,
Be
if you're
strong.
happy with,
Be strong, Muffin.
Gonzo,
Yeah.
go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, if you're happy with that, dude, then more power to you. Then that's fine. If you're happy with that, go ahead and suffer and die. But
It's not my fucking philosophy, man. Fuck that.
yeah, it's not my philosophy either. But you know,
Nah, I'm not a fan of fucking an animal. No, I mean,
oh no,
I'm sorry. I cursed. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No.
Are we? What did you say?
Well, I'm gonna say that he's not
a fan
of it
of
either.
anybody doing anything to an animal.
I think Nicole
with
said the
their
F word.
No,
genitals.
there's no approval of that at all.
Yeah,
That's
there's
true. Let's
no-
make that
no.
perfectly
Yeah,
clear.
let's just get
No,
that.
I'm not a fan.
And that's definitely not what he's saying. So
Yeah.
he just likes to rub one
Okay,
out,
cool.
and that's hey, that's
Yeah,
his
get a dog, because dogs are awesome. I have 2. Everybody should have a dog. If you don't have a dog, I don't know if I like you.
How many cats do you have to? If I have 2 cats, is it equal to a dog?
I also have a cat. A cat. You got a cat. You got a dog. I'm a fan. I like
I got
animals.
2 cats.
But I also eat animals, so I don't know if I'm the best person to say this.
No, okay. I eat animals. We all eat
We
animals.
all eat
We're meat eaters.
Yeah.
We destroy animals. We're
Yeah.
Yeah.
real killers.
Therefore, yeah. No issues with that at all. Yeah.
All right,
I like
good.
Nicole. Nicole's cool.
Oh,
All
you
right,
know what I
cool.
wanted to tell you guys?
she-
Last night when I was doing a live stream near the fire, I heard some during the stream. Anthony, you might remember. I don't know if you were on at that time,
Mhm.
but I heard some dogs howling.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't dogs; it was coyotes.
Holy fuck! I love those.
Yeah,
They're not scared of shit.
because I listened to it. I wanted to find that section because it clicked. It clicked in the morning when I woke up. I'm like, no, that's the coyotes. Is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the coyotes. I guess there's different ways of saying that. Coyotes or coyotes.
Coyotes. Yeah. Yeah, we got them here like crazy. Yeah, they're not scared of shit. And they all look the same. They ain't
I
scared
got
of shit though.
foxes.
Yeah,
I don't
you
have
got foxes
coyotes.
over
I have
there.
foxes.
You
They're
got
not-
foxes over there.
We got wild
Colder
boars.
for Nicole. It must be colder than shit over there outside your house. Now you're
Oh,
inside.
it's fucking freezing.
Yeah,
God,
it is.
you don't have coyotes in Texas?
You know what? They might be out here, but the wild boars and the deer are
Okay.
they're everywhere.
Yeah. He's got different issues.
Wild boars, those are probably dangerous.
Oh yeah,
Dangerous?
yeah. Don't mess with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I live on the beach, so it's. I'm going to say in the past 2 to 3 years, we just started getting coyotes. I've got a great picture of one at the end of my street. I'm like, what is that? I'm like, it's a little dog. I'm like, no, that's not a dog. Got 2 great pictures of the coyote. And when I went down the street, I live on a small street, and so what he was doing is we had a pretty thriving cat colony here. There was feral cats that people feed, and that colony is completely gone. So the coyotes went after the cats. We got hang on, we got the Gunder Muffin. He's got a comment here. I'm going to throw it up here. It comes across StreamYard. It just came across my YouTube. Got to wait a couple seconds before it pops on the chat. Okay, here we go. Gonzo?
Yeah, you people are very nice to me. I'm stuck in this rock and just waiting for the day I die and get accepted into the great deep. Life is cold for me. Sometimes the darkness is the only warmth.
Well, Gonzo, go ahead. Gonzo, respond to this.
I mean, I feel you there, buddy, because let me tell you, I've been there a few times. Yeah, I felt trapped many a time. And I think that's happy to be alive, though, you say. Well, that's good. That's a first step, I think. But waiting for the day you die, I can't remember where an old friend of mine, I remember he once told me, he's like, you know what? I realized I need to stop living life like it's a bad song. Like it's something like you're just waiting for it to be over so you can go to the next song. Stop living life like it's a bad song. But that's really miserable to be, to just wait until you die. And so, I want to know how you landed there. I want to know at what point did it all go wrong?
At 21, I want to know too.
Yeah, because for me, it was that I had no love and I was angry. I had a lot of anger, and I didn't know why, but I was very angry. And Yeah, and I had no love, and that was really it. And I was also physically withering away and fucking dying from being a goddamn vegan. Atheism landed me here. Well,
Yeah.
that's a
You know
dark
what?
thing.
Do something good for somebody else, man, and you'll feel inspired. Try to do it every day if you can. I did something good for somebody today. During this broadcast, I did something. And I'm not going to say what I did, but I did something good for somebody that I have they're never going to pay me back. And I did it. And you know what? And I don't feel bad about myself. And I kissed somebody before I was 21, but it has nothing to do with that. But just do something good, and you'll feel good. Do something for somebody else. Get out of your fucking mind. Get out of yourself. Get the fuck out of yourself. You know what I mean? Do something good for somebody else. And I guarantee you, you will feel fucking good. And if you do that every day or once a week, whatever, you're going to feel great. You're going to feel great.
Well, I already mentioned it on this stream earlier, but I would point you to there's a gentleman named Alan Watts, and he did a really interesting lecture on this subject. And he said basically you could think of the world and all the philosophies as like a gambling table, and everybody, no matter what they believe in, they're gambling for their team. And so if you believe in nothing, you're gambling on the fact that there is nothing. And if you're a Buddhist, you're gambling for Buddhism. If you're a Christian, you're gambling for Christianity. But everything is a gamble. There is no way to escape the gamble. You are always going to be playing the game. And so when you realize that atheism takes just as much faith as a Christian, to believe in Christianity, start to understand that it's not so cut and dry. It's not about being... It goes beyond rationality. It goes beyond... Because what is rational, really, about believing in any of these things? What's rational about believing in nothing? What's rational about believing in something else? At the end of the day, you're going to have to place a bet on something, and you're not going to understand it wholly and completely. And that's what I realized. And so I always knew that on some level, like, believing in nothing was just kind of a scam. Because people make you think that it's the rational choice. And there's just kind of this cult of rationality. Like, yeah, well, it's obvious, it's scientific. There's all this science behind it. We just all live on this little rock, and we dance around on it, and then we fucking die, and then one day everything will just burn up, and that's it. It's all kind of meaningless. But that's really not quite what it is it?
Yeah, that's a very nihilistic thought process.
Oh yeah.
Like there is no reason for your existence. And if you live life like that, well, you need to change your thought process. You need to reevaluate your life, And again, we talked earlier, everybody knows what's right, what's wrong, what's good, what's evil. And I don't care who you are or what faith you have. And that's another word, is faith. What is faith? Faith is kind of seeing something that you can't physically touch, but it's there. You have faith.
Yeah. And you can't see or touch the idea that there is nothing. Maybe there's no meaning. It's just
for me, what a way to go through life to think there's nothing after this.
If you want to like read something very disturbing, there's a gentleman named Thomas Ligotti, and he's a horror writer, but he wrote a philosophy book, and it's called The Conspiracy Against the Human Race, and it's probably the most disturbing thing I've ever read. And he's an antinatalist as well. He's an antinatalist, and he believes that human beings are a mistake.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's a very dark read, and that guy is miserable. That guy is so unhappy. He's like one of the most unhappy people I've ever seen. Should I be grateful to have been born? Non-existence never hurt anyone. Existence hurts everyone. I think that's why I'm an antinatalist. Is pleasure worth pain? When you experience pain, that's the only way you grow. If pain never existed, then there would be no pleasure. If you were always happy, then there would be no. If there was no sadness, there'd be no happiness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Should I be grateful to have been born? Yeah, because you're in this place and you're in this darkness, and think about it.
Well, I'm gonna go into the book of quotes here, all right? And I went to faith. Of course, that's one in there, and there's a lot of quotes in here about faith. Let's see here. God, there's so many. Faith is a higher faculty than reason. I mean, think about what that says. Faith is a higher faculty than reason. So to have faith, is that saying you can't have reason, or you don't know the reason?
That's a good point. I would see, because here's the thing: when you don't exist, there's no opportunity for anything to happen. Obviously, right? You have the opportunity. You think of people who end up on Skid Row, blind and deaf. I mean, man, it's a dark world, right? But I've seen some people overcome some shit that's insane. Like you wouldn't even think is over. Like we were talking about Ivan Throne earlier. He is such an amazing speaker. Like most people have no idea that he's deaf.
Yeah.
And that just amazes me, because just imagine what that guy had to overcome to get to that point. Is pleasure worth suffering? Rape, disease, cancer, losing a child. It's not about pleasure. You're not pursuing pleasure. You can pursue pleasure. I guess you can. But I wouldn't say you have to suffer for pleasure.
Yeah, no.
Life is not about pleasure. I think it's about overcoming and finding yourself and finding peace and overcoming the world. Actually, you're here to overcome the world. That's what I would say.
I'm gonna make a quote from a book that you guys should never read. It's when people think you make them think, they will like you. But when you really make them think, they will hate you. Don Marquise.
That's a good one.
But just ignore that, because this is from a book you should never read. Which if you go back in the video, which I hope Tony will edit out.
I'm not editing anything. Sorry.
Well, you said that you would. We can't have this kind of crap going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you said I was protected. That was I thought that was our agreement from me coming on here.
You're protected that your name says Anthony, and that's it.
Oh God. You know, I take a risk every time I come on here because, you know, I don't want to speak about it. It's just ridiculous. Go ahead, guys. You know, speak on because it's just ridiculous.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess I'll just to cap off my point. Like again, like to thinking of somebody like Ivan, and Ivan is like, again, he's deaf, and he very well had the option to be like, oh, I'm deaf, my life isn't worth anything, or I'm stuck, woe is me. He had that option, and instead what happened is he and I'm not sure that he intended this when he's like from the start, right? But he ended up becoming, in my opinion, one of the greatest speakers ever. That's deaf.
Yeah.
And that's incredible. And when you do that, you really change people's lives, and you really show people that it's you can overcome. I found myself, I'm in a hole, it's endless, I'm still falling, it's the hole of my thoughts, my brain, and my consciousness. Yeah, that's
You are not your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing you got to realize. You're not your thoughts.
Mm-hmm. You're not your thoughts. Every thought is a scam. Every thought is a setup. I'm very familiar with thoughts, because what happened is you probably at some point you were given anger, probably by your parents, and ever since then you've retreated into the darkness of your imagination, and that's what happened to me. And when you're in the darkness of your imagination, that's when you become a nihilist. That's when you feel like you're falling, and there's no bottom. Yeah. But you haven't found yourself, because, like we were saying earlier, like the thoughts are not you. The thoughts are controlling you. It's an outside force.
Yep.
And you can overcome it. You can overcome that.
Yeah, be still and let your thoughts go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I think what's most important is you have to forgive. You have to forgive the people who made you angry. And I think a lot of people get forgiveness all fucked up. They get it all fucked up because it's like everybody thinks that forgiveness is just like, oh, I'm just not gonna, I'm just gonna set boundaries or whatever. I don't know. Forgiveness
The main thing about forgiveness is forgiveness doesn't have to be accepted by the person you forgive.
Mm-hmm. Because it's not for them, it's for you.
Exactly. It's not for them, it's for you.
Yeah. When you truly forgive them, you'll have, the thoughts are going to come at you when you do that. But when you forgive them, you just go to your parents and you just say, hey, I forgive you for screwing me up, for doing everything wrong and traumatizing me. And you go and you forgive them for that. And then, yeah, I know it sounds simple. It sounds dumb. It's like, wait, what? But it really is that simple. And what'll start to happen is once you forgive them, is then you're gonna start to lose your fear. And that's that darkness you're feeling. That's the thoughts. The thoughts are coming out of fear. And you start to notice the fear melting away. Is it strange that I'm not angry at anyone, or is it in my subconscious? Well, anger can look like a lot of things. Some people are angry, but they don't look angry. They don't realize they're angry. Like most Christians are very angry people. Very judgmental people as well. And they think they have it all, and they think they're absolutely right, but they have no love. And the reason why they have no love is because they have anger. And when you're angry, when you don't love, or how do I phrase this? If you hate someone, you love no one. So you may not know who you're angry at, but that's why it's important to get to know yourself. Because were your parents perfect? Is your family perfect? Did they do everything 100% right? So
No, my parents are not perfect. Hang on, that'll come across here.
yeah. Yeah.
Forgive your parents first.
Yeah. Forgive them for not being perfect. I knew that I was angry. Well, actually, I don't want to say because there was a point where I didn't even know that I was angry. But I realized at some point that I was angry. And I realized who I was angry at. It was my parents. And I didn't know what to do about it. I was just stuck with it, and I was stuck in my imagination. So I had to go and forgive them. And I did just what I told you. I went up and I was like, hey, I called him up. I hadn't talked to my dad in 10 years. I called him up and I told him, hey, I don't think I use these exact words, but I'm just like, I forgive you for not protecting me from my mother, from her traumatizing me and everything. Nicole, I think you're muted.
I wanted to add something about this about parents. Like, I think as a child, as a preteen, as a teen, and as a very young adult, maybe under 24, I think I might have blamed my parents, but I don't blame my parents anymore for anything. You can't blame your parents for anything after a certain age. You have to really look at it like, honestly, my parents, me personally, this is my personal experience. I don't think my parents did me wrong in any way. Yes, I felt those things when I was young, but I'm an adult now. I have to take all of my responsibility. Yes, I screwed up my own credit after they already screwed mine. I they I just I don't feel the same things you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I don't feel that I can blame my parents for anything that I did personally. Me personally. This is just me personally. My parents, when I look back, never did anything wrong to me. And I think most Americans, most people can say at the end of the day, when they actually grow up, because, nobody's grown, but when you grow up, your parents didn't actually accept you. They just grew you.
Nicole, how old, if I can ask, how old are you, Nicole? Or what?
I'm almost 30, and I'm gonna say that I can personally say yes, my parents affected me, but they didn't make me who I am today.
Yeah. So you're 30. So you're basically you're 10. Well, basically you're 15 years out. 15 years of your own experience. Reality.
Yeah. Well, I
So
don't
I
want to
mean,
be.
that's that's
Nobody here is saying their parents are the reason they are the way they are today.
well,
Like you
people,
can't.
people can say it, but you understand that that's
False.
it's kind of
False.
stupid. Well, and I mean,
Yes, my mom used
it
my
depends what
social
you're talking
security
about.
card when I was 16 to buy electric bills. But hell no, that doesn't affect me today.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I definitely, but I mean, if if Gunder Muffin is younger, he's still in that orbit, that orbit. He's only 21. 21. It's like it's
yeah.
he should be. I mean, honestly, for me, if you ask me, shit, I was already Army veteran when I was 21. I was like, fuck, I would just, if I was a younger man, I'd tell you, suck it the fuck up, dude. What the fuck you talking about? But I see, shit go on. I mean, there's been a bunch of bullshit flushed down our minds for the last 20 fucking years. I mean, we're not the same animals anymore, and so
I mean, I agree. I
I
agree
mean,
with what you're
so
saying.
you
Like
got
most.
I'm
Sorry, I
I'm trying to
apologize.
empathize. My gut feeling is telling him to, just fucking man up, dude. The fuck's your problem? But in reality, that's not true. A lot of shit's happened, and
Well,
it's not that simple.
let's address this comment. It's like religion is some kind of conspiracy against the human race. And once I had the curtain unveiled, I'm afraid of everything. Thoughts are cold, and I feel like I need to hide them away. Gonzo?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I just to briefly touch on what you said earlier in the last comment. Like, it's not about blame, right? It's about obviously you lay the responsibility of what happened at whoever's feet. That's what it is. Now, obviously, you made your own mistakes, and that's fine. But it's not about that. It's about forgiving them for what they did to you, right? So it's about, like, my mother gambled away our money for rent, and then asked me for my money when I'm a broke ass fucking kid, just barely starting to fucking, do anything. And so, I was angry. I had a lot of resentment over that, and I thought I overcame it. I thought I came to peace with it, but I really hadn't. I had to go and forgive her for all of that. But is religion like some kind of conspiracy against the human race? You know what? I'm gonna agree with you, because most Christianity, most of these things, churches, all this stuff, it's a giant scam. It's a giant scam because these guys don't. They barely even know what's in their own book, and they're too afraid. They're cowards. They're too afraid to tell you everything that's in there. They're even afraid to tell you stuff that would. They're afraid to tell you stuff that would make them look bad as pastors, and as whoever they may be, if they have some kind of title. It's a giant scam. This is why it's all backwards. This is why you have so many evil people in the church. This is why you have everything. It's because it's this perverted mainstream form of Christianity that has taken over. And it goes against absolutely everything that Jesus stood for, absolutely everything that God stands for. And it's sad. It's sad, but that is most church Christianity these days. And that's most Christians, because literally, literally there's 10 commandments, right? Everybody knows the 10 commandments, and then Jesus came down and was like, bruh, I'm going to take these 10 commandments, I'm going to make them into 2 commandments. The 2 commandments are love God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and to love your neighbor as you love yourself. And that's it. And that sounds really simple, but most people have no love because they're angry. Most people don't have peace, and most people are lost in their thoughts. And there's a lot of things in the Bible that are like that people just don't really cover anymore. The Bible says you don't need a teacher. You don't need anyone to teach you. The Holy Spirit teaches you from within. The truth is from within you. You don't need a pastor to be interpreting the Bible for you. The Holy Spirit is the teacher of all things, but you don't hear a lot of pastors talking about that these days. And so, yeah. So if Jesus Christ was alive today, I mean,
he's alive.
Well, yeah, but if he was on Earth, today, right? If he was
He's everywhere.
He's
everywhere. He's still alive.
Yeah, but I mean, the first people to kill him would be the Christians.
Is this live? I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to say that. Sorry.
First people to kill him would be the Christians.
Sorry, guys. God said, sorry. Sorry. I'll put my mask back on. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gonzo. I agree. The Christians would be the first ones to get rid of him.
Yeah, they'd kill him. Like they would. I know Jesse Peterson said that recently, and it blew my mind because I was like, "Wow, that's so true."
Yeah, it blew my mind too. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really true. It's like the average Christian does not have Jesus's values. They've
don't be average.
Astray.
Who told you to be average? Don't fucking be average. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Who strives for a fucking average?
Yeah.
Wake the fuck up. You know what I mean? I don't know. Hey, Tone, maybe I'm just not for this generation, man. It's just about waking the fuck up, dude.
No.
We got some fucking real soft heads in this world. I don't know what to do about it. I can't re-fucking train them, but the fuck.
Well, let's hope we help the Gunder Muffin tonight, and hopefully he got something out of this. And when you see somebody struggling, I mean, we got a guy that came on here, with some questions and reached out to us. That's
happy to help.
That was you got the moderator, me. You got Gonzo talking some truths here. You got Nicole just laying it on the line, and you got Anthony just dropping it like he sees it. That's for sure.
I don't know, dude. It's just like it's just crazy. It's not. I don't want to be a general. I know. I know people. I know people get wound up in their mind and all. And I appreciate that, but sometimes you just got to break it down, dude. Like, dude, wake the fuck up, really, for God's sake.
But let me tell you something, man. There's different types of people. There's people that can take the heart punch, can take the hit to the chest. Like, here's the truth. I'm going to give it to you. Then there's also people you gotta kind of lead them in the right direction. I'm the guy that takes the hard hit. I have no problem somebody, telling me, I don't like the phrase "like it is" or the cold hard truth, but I'm somebody that can take it. Give me what you got, and I'll take what I can get from it. But there's also people that you got to kind of lead in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's discernment when you look at somebody, or you kind of see what they're about first. So certain people can
Yeah.
take it, certain people can't.
You try to help them,
Yeah.
right? You try to help, but
Like me, I
Yeah.
had the doors open here all night, and I had to go put the heat on because it is cold in here. So
yeah. I'm still outside. I'm still in the outer zone.
well,
With my
guys,
ladder.
we have been
With my
on
ladder.
we have been on for 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 3 seconds. So it's
Yeah.
been a long stream. So I'm gonna wrap it up here. And so anybody that's watching, I'm Tony Bruno, T21 Surfer. Subscribe to my channel, share this video, like this video. Just go ahead and follow me on YouTube. You can get me on Instagram, Twitter, and Parler at T21 Surfer. You'll see different sides of me on those 3 platforms for sure. Check out all my videos on YouTube. Gunder, hang on here. He definitely did not bring us all down. Not at all. Not at all. In fact, you're welcome here.
Yeah. Come back.
Yeah, come on back. Come on back. We're here every Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we do a Wednesday or Thursday night show with a special guest. We got a special guest coming on Wednesday night that everybody's going to love for sure. And Gunder Muffin, I'm going to tell you, I've got a video on my channel. It's about 5 back. It is with, it's called Return to Your Father. And it is with Jesse Lee Peterson. So I was lucky enough to have a guy like that come on my channel and talk. And also, Gunder Muffin, I've got a whole playlist of dating coaches and lifestyle coaches that I did interviews with some of the biggest guys on YouTube. So check those out, man, too. So if you want to kiss a girl, these are the guys to check out these interviews and conversations I had. Some of the best there are. But that's how you can find me, T21 Surfer, Tony Bruno. Gonzo, how can everybody find you?
You can find me at gonzoschool.com and midnightauthor.com if you like horror fiction and that sort of thing.
Awesome. Anthony, we know nobody can find you.
Not yet. Soon.
Anthony
Soon
Fauci.
Yeah. Soon
Yeah.
we will. Yeah. I just got to figure out what kind of content I want to put out.
I have your number. I'll shoot you a text tomorrow, and we'll stay in touch.
Yeah.
So, and then Nicole, do you have any social media or anything that you want to get out?
Yeah. I'm on all of them, but my parlor is Nicole Jacqueline, NicoleJacklyn.
Okay, cool.
That's
Right
it.
on.
That's about as much as I get.
Awesome. I'm on Parler also. Just look for T21 Surfer. T21 Surfer.
About to follow you.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm on Parler as well.
T21 Surfer. Gonzo, what are you on Parler on?
Oh, Gonzo School.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I follow you on Parler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I found you.
I need to start using that thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I post all this. This whole stream is on Twitter, Instagram, my YouTube community, YouTube, Facebook. It's on everything. So anybody that wants to watch this stream over, that's where you'll find it. So, but yeah, man, I appreciate everybody coming on. And Gunder Muffin, hang in there, buddy. You did not bring us down. In fact, we're glad you came on. And God, I hope you got something from this, man. I really, really do. So,
yep.
But all right, we're going to wrap it up. And anybody wants to stay on live for a quick after party, stay right on, and we'll talk outside the live stream. Cheers.
Cheers.